Hello everyone, CMeeCraft here, and welcome to the stream. We're back. We're playing Galaxy Princess Zorana. This week's schedule's a little different. We're doing the 100 on Wednesday, and it's going to be a bit later at 11 p.m. is when we're starting to stream this week, so keep that in mind. I know we've had some stability issues with the stream, which has been really annoying recently. And I've been trying to figure out how to fix that, why it's even a problem in the first place. I don't know. I might have the solution. I don't know. Maybe. Basically, my current theory as to what was happening is I think my computer was set to like automatically try. So I'm plugged in via Ethernet, but my computer also, obviously has the capability to connect to Wi-Fi. So I think it was trying to just automatically connect to the Wi-Fi network for some reason, which cut the Ethernet connection. I have it set so it no longer even tries to automatically connect to Wi-Fi. So I hope that will fix the instability problems. We'll see if it actually does today. Hopefully it does. Anyways, let's get to the game. Alright, so this is round 4 of Galaxy Princess Zorana. We haven't had the most success. Hilariously, our first attempt was actually the most successful in terms of surviving the longest. So, and also, by the way, so this is our 4th attempt. I'm done reading everything in detail. All right, we're mechanics focused now. So stuff we've already seen every single time, not reading. I might read through some stuff if I need a refresh as to what exactly is going on. But if you want me to read everything, then well, go watch the previous stuff, I guess. Anyway, so yeah. What's my pets? I woke up. It's an all-consuming black blob, obviously. The best type. Oh no, my father is dead. So we are going to delay making the announcements by a little time. It's middle of the night and no one's sure what's happened yet. Maybe there are clues we haven't seen. There could still be hope. There's no need to rush. Very well. The session managed to organize a full investigation. Alright. Could have not been an accident, maybe. No sign of a plot. Okay. I am mildly curious. What happens if we don't have Kurundi as a bodyguard and we don't have the reflex? So we might just die. But it also might be the case that we actually get a chance to properly speak with the concubine. So we're going to see what happens with that. I don't have high hopes, so it could be... Okay, so the existence of Wi-Fi was not the problem. I've tried unplugging and replugging the Ethernet. Maybe that'll fix things. I don't know. This is annoying. Are we back? I hope we're back. Other streamers don't have this problem. I've got good internet in theory. I don't. It only cuts out like this when I'm streaming. I don't know why. Okay. Like, the rest of the day, no problem with the internet whatsoever. As soon as I start streaming, it decides to, like, cut out, like, once or twice every hour. I don't... Okay. Hopefully unplugging and replugging it will have fixed something. We'll see. Back to it. So, yeah, I'm curious to see what may happen if we don't have the reflex to avoid the presumed assassination attempt. It might not actually be an assassination attempt. We will not have protection. Alright. Meeting's broken up. Hello, Mazarin. We got a message from him. My father. I'm spoiled, of course, yes. Learn quickly. I'm determined. Alright, classes. So our strategy this time Forget trying to negotiate, forget trying to pass tests, forget trying to build a coalition. We're just going to just tyrannize the galaxy, alright? We're gonna rule with an iron fist. In order to do that, what do we actually want here? I want allure. I would like menace is. Okay, are we back? Yeesh. If this doesn't work, I don't know what will work. I might need to call someone to get this fixed. I have completely deactivated any Wi-Fi on this computer whatsoever. I have changed the Ethernet to a different port on the router. There's nothing else I can try if this doesn't work. So, let's get into this. Okay. Alright. So, in terms of stats, if we want to rule with an iron fist, we need to get the piloting skills up. Well, I need to remember is there a way we can get the captain, the general on our side, the admiral, without piloting skills? I don't think so. Of course, strength and reflexes are good for just generally surviving assassination attempts. I say let's just start getting some piloting skills and layout. And I want to be able to get the general on our side immediately. That'll give us some more military skill, more military stats, which if I'm trying to be a tyrant, then that should work. That should help. Hiding could help with avoiding assassination attempts. Okay. Once again, you lie in your bed. This time, sleep bubbles up easily. Your mind and body are exhausted from the stress of the day since your father disappeared. Only in sleep can you relax. Was there a noise? Did something just fall over in your room? You're so tired. Something bumps against your bed. Alright, reflexes failed. Before you can react, a hand claps over your mouth. You open your eyes, see an attractive, scantily clad Herkin woman kneeling next to your bed. She looks familiar. Isn't that one of your father's concubines? Shh! Be quiet, I have to talk to you. Oh, we actually get to talk to her today. Nice. Talk? She's not trying to kill you? It's about the Emperor's disappearance. Oh my goodness, we're actually gonna need answers. Maybe. How does she know the Emperor's disappeared? The Ministry is supposed to be keeping that a secret. Although, if they've been searching the Heavenly Palace from top to bottom for any clues, and no one's seen the Emperor anywhere for days, some rumors are bound to start. He's been preoccupied lately, more than usual, and the one time he did visit, he patted my arm when we were done, like he was saying goodbye. Like he knew something was about to happen. Maybe he just, like, fled. I thought maybe he was planning to remarry, so I looked into things, but he spent all his time alone with this stupid bodyguard. But the Thresh's people talk to me. I know something's wrong. I'm his favorite. I could have important information. Grundy and the ministers are supposed to be investigating what happened. Shouldn't they have spoken to your father's harem? Perhaps they were ruled out early on. Will you help me? Alright, I can't talk. Excuse me, you covered my mouth. Oh, right. She takes her hand off your mouth and wipes it on her skirt. How did you get in here? I have your father's codes, obviously. I am his favorite. Okay. You have Imperial overrides for the entire palace. And we do actually know she's actually a pretty sophisticated political actor. In our last campaign, she decided to press the claim of a potentially illegitimate child of the Emperor in the election. Like, she's a mind to be reckoned with. She could be very useful if on our side. Even I don't have the overrides. Well, no, just bedrooms. Nothing useful, then. Do you have any idea what my father might have been expecting or worried about? Not particularly, but it's suspicious, isn't it? She's no threat, but she doesn't know anything useful. She's completely wasting your time. Go away and let me sleep. You're going to need to have those codes changed. Alright, I'll have turns to interact with stuff. Okay. What is my blot's name? My blot's name is Toby. Toby the Blot. This is our only chance to talk with Mazarin, so let's talk with Mazarin and not ask the same question we always ask him. Okay. So I think... is there something you wish of me, Princess Zorana? Maybe if I had basic interaction skills, I could actually get something useful. We ask about my father a lot. We'll ask about Esmerai. She's the person we just talked to, yeah? Do you know a woman named Esmerai? One of my father's concubines? Of course. She was his favorite, right? She said he had been acting strangely lately. Like he was planning something. Do you know what he was doing? I cannot answer that, princess. The Emperor is a complicated man with any number of plans underway at all times. I am still bound by my oath to keep his secrets. She thought maybe he was planning to remarry? The Emperor has not formally proposed to any potential spouse. That is all I can tell you. Does that mean he might have been privately negotiating with someone? When the Empire learns about his death, will a disappointed lover be storming the palace to demand compensation? If you'll excuse me, I have many preparations to make. Yes, of course. He was your father's shadow, not yours. His time is ended. You must go on alone. Okay. Let's remind ourselves what Toby gets us. Negative. Negative mood. You tear apart chunks of meat and throw them to the blot, watching them slowly dissolve in its burbling grasp. If only it was so easy to make all your problems disappear. Okay, so negative. I would like to get emotion. We're in like the exact wrong area of the wheel to get emotion. If we go secretive, we can get plus on spaceships. Yeah, it's gonna be so long to get around to it because emotion is that way. I think there's probably events that'll make me compliant, which I can then turn into indulgence, so we'll go secretive for now. Right in the diary. You'll open your room to record your most secret thoughts in your private diary. Alright, I'm summoned again to the cabinet room. No signs of the survival. Please report. No subversions. Missing researcher. A Harry by the name of Three Forked Lightning. He's a crackpot. Recruited. The research was destroyed. Shouldn't have worked. Okay. Yes. The Celestial Ministry is disbanded. Okay. Right, marriage alliances, we could do that. And what are we studying? Give me some hiding. What does intrusion mean again? Picking locks, climbing walls, entering buildings. Okay. Let's hide. Not double hiding. Hiding and piloting. Regular status reports. The harem's uncleared. If the harem is empty, that means Esmerai is gone as well. You never heard from her again after that encounter in your bedroom. The one where she said no one was investigating the harem. Were they all questioned to see if they knew anything about the accident? Of course, but none of them were involved in the scientific projects and none of them wanted your father dead. My agents uncovered a great deal of gossip and infighting, but nothing relevant. You can't tell if she's telling the truth. I need empathy, man. When is the official funeral? Okay. Mazarin. So it seems like we almost... It doesn't seem like anything we do, like, affects anything, we'll just say he's got to perform that ceremony. It's an insult. Come on, I'm trying to claim the throne here. I can't have the shadow wandering around. Oh, my friends, I believe. Or they're not calling me yet. We had a crush on both of them, actually. Rise is place of life, and it was fun to flirt with your friends. I miss them. For now, your social interactions are limited to the palace. Let's see if there are any, security things. Not a way of threats. Do I want to become secretive again? Probably, actually, because that gives me spaceships and stealth, which I'd like to pursue both of those a bit further. So, Toby, help me out here. Okay, so election strategy here. Oh, this is tough. And I think we delayed too long to go to Merca last time. Okay, here's an idea. We go to the Merca system. We're not going to talk to the High Pontifex yet, because we don't have the clout or class to actually achieve anything there. We try to just get as many advisors as possible in the Merca system. Just recruit as many as we can. And then from there, our tyranny will begin. We'll fly across the galaxy and just threaten everyone else into voting for us. But Merca's probably a good place to pick up advisors. Better to get started early. To Merca 1. We'll source most of our envoy from the Imperial Core. That makes sense to me. We have a problem. Of course we do. There's always a problem. Alright, Mazarin has disappeared. What do we do with him? Maybe he's looking for the Emperor. Speculation, yes. We'll hunt him down. Can't get away with the disrespect. Okay, give me more hiding. Give me some operations. Might need some gunning skills. There were messages from Nova, specifically from my siblings, I believe. My brother, yes. Glad he's gone. Traitor, that man. Alright, social phase. This is such a long thing. We're going to correct him. I'm correctly dressed as Her Imperial Highness. Okay. Did he know my mother? Oh, what? Why did we get this? Show me the codex, not the codex. Show me the log. Happy birthday. Your Imperial Highness, it's a great pleasure to see you here tonight. I hope to see care on the legacy of both your parents. Affected by mood, secret of both. Did he know my mother? Of course he must have. Better than I did. Gotcha. He bows, offers up his gift, and moves out of the way. Man, a little bit of empathy would go a long way. Alright, look at me here. Not comfortable with us because he's planning on running against us. And you're just a woman. Nothing really of note about her. Milan. Okay. Yeah, breed somewhere quietly. That could get us some gunning skills. That might be useful. sometimes it's all too much. You find a dark corner far from any observers where you can be quiet and alone. Okay. We're gonna stay in Merca 1. We got some business here. Scream is chiming. Okay, this is my friends contacting me. We can have a big party, sure. I'd love to see you both. Okay, we can have our own party. Okay, so they're gonna be coming for a party. I'm indulgent now. Okay, so we can get a little bit of empathy. I want empathy and menace. That's the big ones. We're gonna need to get similar, but these are the big ones. Oh, my friends. Hello, welcome. Okay. I don't suppose Lukemir would be... Would he want a cabinet? Can we negotiate with Lukemir? Yeah, it's worth a shot. He won't return my calls. Great. Okay. Well, we tried. Alright, Zolot. I wish I knew more about this guy. He's Hurricane. Investigating background takes a while. He looks cultured. Let's investigate his background. I'm not sure if you've done that before. Because we want to recruit these guys to be in the cabinets, but we want ideally them to have positions they're actually competent at. You dig into the background of Zolot, Elector of Kedrau. Zolot's father never married. Zolot was the only child of his favorite concubine, a winged beauty of unknown family. Zolot was a pampered child raised to use his looks for his advancement, and as an adolescent married a much older man who is now deceased. His inheritance and control of the electoral seat has been challenged by his elder half-sister, Sertra, in a bitter rivalry since childhood. In the past 5 months, Zolot has engaged in a scandalous romance with one of Sertra's concubines. He has repeatedly offered to buy the boy's contract and been denied. He proposed marriage to Svetka, a woman from a respectable Mercan family. She accepted, and elaborate ceremonies being planned. However, his intended bride is actually Sertra's lover, whom Zolot has lured away as part of a scheme against his half-sister. Yeah, jeez. His plans are unclear, but the odds are high that his wedding, if it actually happens, will lead to some dramatic confrontation between the rival siblings. Okay. Not really much in the way of knowing what cabinet position he'd be good for. Probably none, but yeah, we'll try. You arrange a private dialogue with Zolot and lay out your offer. In exchange for electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You're one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. I see. And this role would be publicly announced. Sign of your favor? Of course. No, it cannot be. You see, I was terribly overburdened with matters of a personal nature. It would be not the done thing to give less than my absolute attention. A lady deserves better. Too busy with his wedding plans and plots. My gratitude for the honor and thinking of me, Your Imperial Highness. I am certain you will find other worthy suitors to fill your ranks. You can't tell how he feels about you. Okay, I want more emotion. So we'll be social. We'll have a dinner party. Okay. We're staying here. Maybe we'll blackmail him. Make your way to the cabinet room, yawning. Xena and Vasily left late last night. A message from the Star Admiral. Right, okay. Look, rendezvous with the palace, please. Just get over. I should speak with the Star Admiral personally. Tell him to return to the Heavenly Palace. Okay. Hopefully he actually listens. Give me double menace. I'm a student in menace. Okay, we'll blackmail him later. Would Krovos be competent at any position? Like, okay, Vaughter we know. Would be okay at something, right? Here. Alright. Law. $50. Okay, that's not bad. Ixil. I don't think she's going to be particularly good at anything, but we'll offer a position. Of course, it will be my privilege to offer you advice and guidance. So the only thing we really know about her is she, like, has a lot of children. External curator? $10. We got our votes, at least. I don't think there's any chance we can do Milan's challenge. Krovos is maybe. Alright, we're gonna give this guy a position too. Alright, you arrange for private dialogue with Milan and Ladrov. In exchange, I'm willing to grant you a role in the ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors. He squints at you, and you wonder just how sober he is at the moment. You're a child. Is it that I need good advisors? He grunts. What roll? Culture. He drains his drink and slams it down on the table in front of him. Done! Good. At least you have his votes. 40! That's actually not that bad. Okay. There we go. Give me shopping. I have social items made to order. Yeah, okay. We're going to stay here one more turn. Because I want to threaten Zolitz. We're going to blackmail him. And I want to try out the negotiating with the other elector. Alright, look, what's the issue here? The Svargas merchants. Who cares? Oh, okay. An incident like this would never have been sent to your father's table, not unless it had become such a hot topic on the feeds that there was a huge public outcry. One merchant being arrested for a crime he's actually committed would not be worth an emperor's attention. While it might be possible to put pressure on another government, the standard response would be to provide the hapless merchant with a legal advocate to guide him through facing the charges. Considering the delicate political situation at the moment, however, ignoring this matter could lose you support among the Tharkans. Okay. We can make a threatening statement. We might have the skills for that, actually. We won't ignore the issue. Let's make a threatening statement. We are a tyrant, after all. This calls for a bit of saber-rattling to establish your position. Success. Draft up a public statement. We are displeased by the rumors that one of our citizens is being unfairly mistreated by the Chuk authorities. We hope that this is a misunderstanding. Otherwise, we might have to consider a similarly harsh response. Something like that. You know, nothing specific. Give the Chuk the impression that we are disappointed and see how they respond. Understood. Have a good day. Okay. We can't go any further with Menace until we get some empathy and allure, so let's do that. We do need to get back to spaceships soonish. Okay. I do wonder if my Menace alone might be enough to convince the captain. I guess we don't need to fully commit to spaceships immediately. We can always track down the captain later. Or the Admiral. There's an update on the Chook situation. The merchant has been sentenced to 4 fathoms in the mines. Longer than you've been alive, but a reduction from the lifetime sentence they first threatened. Does that make this a victory? I guess. Okay, let's go with Zolot. I might be able to negotiate with him too. Let's try that. You arrange for private conversation with Zolot. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? He looks at you and lets out a slow, dramatic sigh. Fair princess, we are not friends, you and I. There's no reason for me to pin your colors to my sleeve. And yet there may still be some arrangement that benefits us both. A very delicate matter in need of a deft touch. You mean a favor of some sort that you want me to do in exchange for your vote? Yes, if you must lay it out so plainly. He reaches over to a low desk and slides out a drawer, plucking a blue velvet case from its depths. This is a gift which I wish to be delivered directly and discreetly. To a member of Cetra's harem? Yes, you understand correctly. My half-sister would intercept any delivery that she believed might come from me. Any parcel at all sent openly to Papija would be searched. The meetings we can arrange are rare and take a great deal of planning. I wish for this gift to be a wonderful surprise, and for that I must employ subtlety. I can find directions to Cetra's estate, the layout, location of windows that give access to the correct bedroom. But the key is the element of surprise. You're not currently associated with me. I will have the item delivered to the Heavenly Palace. We must not meet in person to avoid suspicion. Do you agree? It's a rather sticky bit of personal intrigue, calling for stealth and likely to be embarrassing if you are caught. And what if it's a trap? What if this gift turns out to be a poison or a bomb? I'll see what I can do. If he's trying to keep this quiet, he can't make too much of a fuss if you never succeed. We do have some stealth skills. If we specialize in stealth this turn, get our hiding up, get our intrusion up, we might be able to pass this. Let's negotiate with... yeah, Krovos. I think we might have the skills for Krovos already. Maybe, I don't know. I need a sport. Perhaps you're being too formal. I don't know if you made up your mind to vote for me in the election. If you're happy to make that promise, I can count you as one of my supporters. If you're not satisfied that I should be Empress, then I want to know if there's anything I can do differently to change your mind. I see. To prove yourself worthy of becoming Empress, you must seek the blessing of death. Okay. What sort of ritual? Okay. If you survive the ritual, then I will know that you've been chosen. Survive? Just gaze and face death without flinching. Okay. I could die. Great. Positive feelings about me, though. That's something. Alright, we're going to get with Toby to become negative. That way we can get some hiding skills. I think, yeah, diary helps with stealth. So does being cautious. Actually, cautious into gunnery are... this direction might be a little better for what we're trying to do right now. So yeah, we'll search for traps. You examine your room in detail, hunting for any hidden traps or monitoring devices. One can never be too careful. Alright, we're going to stay here one more turn. Good morning, Imperial Highness. Let's now discuss the matter of the Jubilee. Turn 28. Starting the birth star of the deceased ruler helps cement them as a legendary patron, someone whose acts will live on long after their death. I would show respect for my father, but treating him as an eternal leader might make any other candidate for the throne look weaker by comparison. Okay. I think we'll keep it on my father's. We'll honor the father. Honestly, I feel like that should help us. Okay, we can't go hiding any higher. Let's go intrusion 2 then. We could get our hiding up to 50. Could be the difference maker. for student-level intrusion. I've received a report from the Star Admiral. The fleet is preparing to resume regular patrols around the Empire. You don't want to come to the Heavenly Palace. Okay. A secret. Hurricane laborer, intoxicated. Rumors can spread quickly, particularly rumors about cover-ups and conspiracies. Obviously, do not murder your father. Is it possible that someone did? Does this Hurricane know anything? Is there truth in the wine, or is it just drunken rambling? Is our media skill enough for a public apology? Maybe. And our media skill's not bad, right? 40. Yeah, we're tired to punish him for slander. This is an insult to a member of the Imperial family. If I were Empress, he could be executed for treason. Since I'm not, it's only a vicious slander. Run him through the system and teach him a lesson, and make sure he knows he was lucky to get off that lightly. Very well. Oh, Star Admiral Yaku's flagship is present in the sector. Okay. I guess we'll talk to him. See if maybe on the off chance we can get him on side without having to do the ship piloting thing. You arrange for private conversation with Yakao. It is my intention to claim my father's throne. I am trying to assemble a team of advisors of future celestial ministry to guide me, and I would like for you to be part of that. Can I count on your support? Lad, you may be the daughter of the Emperor, but you're the sister of a traitor. Have no way to know you'll bend or break. You're too young to serve, and if you win this election now, you never will. Is there a steel in your spine? Is there blood on your teeth? He contemplates your face. I serve not myself, but the Emperor, or the Empire rather. Whoever takes the throne, I will carry out their orders with my body and blood, but it's not my job to take sides in this election. Politics, ha! He spits to the side. Is there anything you can do to change your mind and show you that I'm worth supporting? Prove your mettle! You take on one of my pilots in a strike fighter, challenge your space combat maneuvers! You can't afford to show any fear to this man. Challenge accepted. Tell me when you're ready to fly. He cuts the connection. Okay, I'm not ready to do this. Let's do Krovos's quest. In order to win his approval for the election, Krovos wishes you to meet with him on the edges of the Dakaran jungle in the dead of night to carry out an unknown ritual and come into contact with death. It's common for children to turn into little superstitions. If a dropped coin lands on a crack, you will lose something you love, unless someone else picks it up without being told. Silly things. This might be nothing more than a harmless game. But are you sure you want to do this? Let's do it. You may as well find out what he wants. After receiving directions, you take a flyer down to the surface of Andral, landing at a cleared pad on Krovos property. From there, it still takes a good portion of an hour to walk to the location he specified. The skies are dark and cloudy, the path is rough, trees snake unexpectedly across the trail, and damp plant matter. Moss sways from the branches above, brushing against your cheek like cold fingers. The air is filled with hissing and clicking of unseen insects. At last you find it. Not the crumbling ruin of an ancient stone you might have imagined, but an intact chapel, or possibly a tomb. Solid walls, crisscross glass windows, and an arched doorway through which you see the glimmers of candles and Krovos. Are you ready to face death? What do I have to do? He beckons you into the chapel. There are 2 items on a stone table, a glass pitcher filled with gray slices floating in liquid, and a black leather gauntlet. Perhaps it's only the flickering candlelight, but the fingers of the gauntlet appear to twitch of their own accord. You must infuse your brain to reach a state where the death can speak freely to you. There are 2 paths. One is more painful than the other. He points to the glove. Put your hand inside and the high-op ants will sting you with their venom. If you can withstand the pain for 7 slits, you'll be enlightened. If you break and pull out your hand, you fail. So that glove really is twitching. Gross points to the pitcher. Mushroom tea, the easy path. It'll open your eyes to unseen. Many people do use a mushroom center in altered state, but they can make you sick, and if they're the wrong mushrooms, they can do worse than make you sick. Unfortunately, you don't know how to tell one mushroom from another. That's the cook's job, not yours. You can't see any medical equipment here. If something goes wrong, you'll have to summon help from the palace, and it won't arrive quickly. Crevice keeps implying that you could die here. This choice may be dangerous. Does he only want to scare you? Does he want you to prove you're not afraid? What's the right choice? I gotta drink the tea here. We don't have any body control skills, I don't think. Yeah. You look uneasily at the pitcher of tea. Great chunks of fungal matter hang suspended in the liquid like decaying fish, or flesh, rather. The smell reminds you of a dead rodent found wedged under the bed of one of the girls at school. Nothing about this is pleasant. Should I drink out of the pitcher, or... Oh, I forgot the cup. He reaches behind the table. You almost expect him to produce a skull for a mug, but instead he holds up something black and lumpy. A potter's mistake. He pours off some of the liquid and hands it to you. Sealing yourself, you gulp the liquid down. The less said about the experience, the better. Wait for the effect. Your stomach clenches uncomfortably. You hope it's just nerves. Splits pass. Your head spins, and you worry that you might be sick all over Crova's feet. But before you can decide what to do about that, you find yourself yawning. A giggle erupts from your lips. Oh, because I'm a daredevil. How ridiculous is all of this? Secret clubhouse in a dark jungle? It's just like the books you used to read when you were a little girl. And Crovis is your loyal sidekick, ready to follow you off on an adventure. You grab him by the arm and swing him around in a circle before he manages to stop you. Now you're ready to meet death. So disoriented, you allow Crovis to guide you around the stone table to the darkness at the back of the chapel. Crovis bends down to take hold of a large metal ring and pulls open a trap door. The altar is down there. This building doesn't look large enough to have a whole temple underneath it, but who knows how it was designed. You step cautiously forward, expecting a staircase leading down. But it's just a hole. You drop straight down a couple cubits, landing hard on your feet and smashing your face against a dirt wall. Duck your head. Is there a tunnel here that you have to crawl through? Confused, you bend over slightly, and he closes the trapdoor overhead. Hey! You bang and shove on the trapdoor as best you can, though you're not in any condition at the moment to use your full strength. Let me out! Crovis doesn't answer. It's not that he can't hear you, of course he can. You can hear him. He's chanting to himself, calling out words you cannot understand, words that burble and rasp and pop and mean absolutely nothing to you. I do have galactic relations. It sounds like the language of the Grib? Is he in contact with them? Is he their assassin? There's not a speck of light down here. In the hole, the darkness should be impenetrable, but in the state you're in, your vision is already giving way to false colors. Your mind tries to fill in outlines of rooms and places you've been before, even though your hands feel nothing but mud. I command you to release me. The chanting fades away. You wait, hoping that the trapdoor will open, but nothing. Is he just leaving you here? You're trapped. Trapped in a tiny hole in the dark with dirt pressing in all around you. You could die here, and no one would find you. You're already buried. Is this how you meet death? Hiding basic success. Okay. Stay calm. You have to stay calm. Breathe slowly. Don't panic. Right now, you're only in danger from yourself. He's just a little boy. He's not that patient. If you wait, he'll come back to check on you. You want to see the effect his little prank has had. When he comes back, you can make your move. You wrap yourself into a little ball, squeezing your eyes shut. The blackness feels less intrusive if you're deliberately choosing not to look. Slow, deep breaths. You don't know how long you'll be down here. You need to be as comfortable as possible while still staying awake. It's funny. Life as a princess has never given you much experience with patience or boredom. Even when you weren't there, you were always busy. You've certainly heard of meditation, but you could never imagine actually practicing it. There are always far more important or exciting things to do. Well, you're a smart girl with a knack for picking up skills, aren't you? Maybe now's the time to start practicing. You have no idea how much time passes while you are lost inside your thoughts. At some point you hear a creaking noise, but you don't react immediately. It doesn't yet seem important. But then you hear Krobos' voice, choked and stammering. You are chosen! You open your eyes, and for the first time, you can clearly see the rough dirt of the hole you have been placed inside. You can see them clearly because your entire body is radiating light. It seems like it should mean something very important, but between fear and pain and poison and trance, you can't really put your thoughts together. You have met death and been blessed. You usher in the power of destruction that will change the galaxy. I will be your left-hand servant. I will pledge my death to you. Anything you need, ask for it. You lick your lips, trying to remember how to form words. I want to go home. I will help you. Which is good, because you're probably going to need some assistance to climb out of the hole. As weak and strange as you feel, you're not sure what else you've gained along with his loyalty, but you're certain now that you have his vote. Alright. We're doing really well here, I think. Alright, let's see if we can help Zolot out. And if we can, that's almost like a full sweep of Merca 1. Alright. Zolot's package has been safely delivered to the palace. It looks just as you saw it on the transmission. A blue velvet case that sits comfortably in your two hands. Now you have to get down to the surface of Kedrau. You arrive on the planet and seek out Cetra's estate. Keeping your distance and being careful not to draw attention to yourself, you walk around the buildings, getting a feel for the area and looking for the rooms that Zolot indicated. You're in luck, one of the windows is partly open. You might be able to get inside that way. You also spot a service entrance used by house staff on errands. There are no visible guards or animals on watch. That might be a way in. However, if you're caught breaking into a noble's house, your reputation will be damaged. Okay, we do have some intrusion skills. We can try climbing up to the window. Scale wall and invade a building without being caught? That's exactly what stealth training is for. Graduate level. Unfortunately, it seems you haven't been trained enough. There's no convenient trees or trellis to scale, no balconies to pull yourself onto, only the decorative trim on the outside of the walls. With more time and equipment, you could find a way up, especially if you're willing to damage the walls in the process. However, it's too risky to get caught clawing your way into a noble's estate. They might shoot you before even realizing how much more valuable you are alive. You need a better plan before trying this again. Okay. Graduate level. Okay. Where are we? We're Daredevil? That would help with spaceships being bold. We'll visit guard training. Okay, do we want to stay in Merca 1 any longer? We could try blackmailing Zolot if we stay here. I don't want to waste too much time. And we are going to return here again, but the issue is I think by the time we return, like, but I think we need to move on. We'll head over to Drog, and then to the Heru systems. I think that makes sense. Do we want to stop? I don't think we stop by Merca 2. Okay. Have you seen latest news across the star feeds? I just got up. Concerns my father. Oh, the secret heir. Right. Who is she? Is that one of my father's concubines? You don't recognize her? Unmarried woman. Whoever this woman is, she's American. Okay. Whispers of scandal can damage your reputation. Inconvenient relatives have been encouraged to join the priesthood. Okay. Yeah, it's command that the child be raised in a temple. The child must be offered to this Thakra, and raised in the temples as a future priest. Devoting his life to the service of the gods and remembrance of ancestors is the best way to honor my father's legacy. The boy will be safe, well treated, and given an excellent education. More importantly, as a member of the Sakra, all family ties will be officially severed. It won't matter whose son he might have been. The mother may object. She wanted his birthright, didn't she? Being an emperor's child comes with a price. As you well know. Give her some tokens of appreciation for her sacrifice, but get it done. Make it public in honor of Emperor Dragosin. Very well. If that's resolved, then I have an update on the drunk Herkin. After his odd whipping, he recanted his story and begged for the princess's forgiveness. Is that what you intended to happen? Well, it's done now. He didn't know anything, he was just a random visitor. If there is a mystery about your father's death, then any clues must be hidden somewhere in the Heavenly Palace. The science department is the obvious place to start looking. Okay. The concubine Esmerai was certain that your father was involved in something before he disappeared, but she had no leads. With so much else going on, do you really want to devote your time to chasing phantoms? We'll follow the signs. Okay, I'm not a graduate of science. You need to brush up on your scientific knowledge before you can investigate further. Okay. We do want to get the Admiral on side, so let's get some piloting skill down. You receive a report from the Imperial Thresher. Your agents have heard rumors that Mazarin, the rogue shadow that served your father, was sighted en route to the Twin Worlds. Okay. No cause for concern. Oh, Yakao is here as well. Cool. We should probably talk. Let's talk to the Thresher. Make sure there are no security threats. Not aware. Okay, perfect. And if we get Toby, then we can become negative, which would then let us be secretive, which could help us train spaceships a bit more. Okay. Right into Drog. We want to get both of these guys on side if we can. Okay, this is something. Okay. Give me operations, give me layouts. We will put on the spaceship suits. It's time for your big interview. Right, the interview. What impression do you want to give to the Empire? How do you want people to think of you? Strong commander. We've got the menace. You talk for a while about the importance of the Emperor as a military commander and protector of the populace. Unfortunately, you stumble as soon as the interviewer tries to ask follow-up questions. Your lack of military knowledge and experience is obvious. After a bit more chatter, you strike your final pose. You lift your chin and stand with your legs apart, hoping to project by, but probably just looking nervous. Well, that couldn't have gone worse. Alright, the drug system. Hello. We're gonna lose her in the crowd. Excuse me, I have someone else I need to talk to. You walk purposely away from the scientist before she can react, then slip between a pair of tall mom delicates in the long, concealing purple robes. You work your way around the room, using different guests as cover, blocking your path from her sight so that she has no idea where you've gone. And crucially, no one can even tell that you're doing anything other than enjoying the party. You look at the nearest select and proceed with your rounds. I'll offer my hand. I'm perfect now. This. Okay, Brutes are required to win gunning skills. We will remain here. We're still at the fleets. The lights have been turned on. Alright. We have competition in the election. Big guns are the ones on ships, yeah? Alright, give me those. Double big guns. And maybe this might be enough. It might be enough. We're a student of big guns. Important lights flashing. Okay, this is like the weird message. Oh, my parents arguing. Yep. They hated me. Do I have any operations? I guess I must have some, right? Yeah, we'll investigate the source. You watch the video several times and reluctantly conclude that it is a genuine recording. The details all look consistent with the pictures you've seen of your parents and the palace in the past. And there's no flickering to suggest artificial generation or cuts. It's still taken out of context, of course, but it looks like this did happen. As for who sent the message, the headers indicate that it originated from a base server in the palace itself, one that shouldn't be sending messages directly. A skilled computer user who lives and works in the palace might have been able to get access to force the messages through. Someone with that background might also have been able to find or capture private recordings of the Emperor. It adds up. Unfortunately, this gives you nothing to identify a specific individual. Someone is plotting, but you don't know who. Okay. Alright, Stoyan, congratulations. You are our science advisor. As always, interesting offer. But he'll accept. 75. Best science ever. Okay, Cinepart. Is the, no, the fleet's not here. Okay. Let's see what his mission is first. Arrange for private conversation. Need the support. Need chuckles. In the age-old wisdom of your people, what's in it for me? What do you want? Oh, a trifle, scarcely a moment of your attention, nothing too taxing. You may have heard that the eldest son of my second wife is putting forward another motion in the courts to try to divest me of my property. Dealing with this sort of paperwork is highly unpleasant and wastes a great deal of my time. I prefer that the case be quietly shuffled off the schedules. Once I'm Empress, I could have a case like that dismissed with a single word. Yes, of course you could. But once you are Empress, what guarantee would I have that you would remember an old acquaintance? I couldn't, after all, take my vote back. If you think I might betray you, what guarantee do I have that you won't betray me? Common sense, my dear. Cheating an Imperial heir, particularly one who might become Empress, even without my support, would be extremely short-sighted of me. If I pledge my loyalty to you, my dear, it will be in all sincerity, but there is my price. Simple enough, I would think. At least it doesn't sound dangerous. Okay, we deal with the lawsuits, and we've got... Imperial history is what we get from the Legate of the Law, so... Okay, we can look into it, so we can see if maybe we can help them out. Alright, let's try. The legal action which concerns Cinepart is being processed on. The imponderable and subject to Mao-specific law. The various imperial proclamations and regulations still apply. If you have enough legal expertise, you might be able to find some loopholes to derail the case and force its dismissal. Otherwise, you'll have to travel to the Mao station in person to effect matters. If you get access to the relevant offices, you could make all of the case's paperwork conveniently disappear. If you wanted to be a bit more aggressive, you could make the entire office disappear. Or you could track down the disgruntled heirs and persuade them to drop the case. Ooh. Bureaucracy and Imperial history. I don't think we have any bureaucracy skill. Yeah, we got no Minister of Bureaucracy, so that's probably not going to do. In truth... 45 menace versus 30 intrusion. If we could try this after one round of emotion... We'll try this later. Because I'm thinking if we can get... We're negative right now. So it doesn't help us get to emotion. Dang. How far are we from emotion? Pretty far. Don't want to have to come back here. Let's talk to Kurundi about threats. Okay. No threats. Perfect. Zolitz is with... Okay. Not surprising. And Cautious gets us towards Indulgent. I'll search for traps. Okay. I guess we're gonna stay in Drog. You want to see me? The Legate of Science. Okay, we have success. What is the research directorship focused on? Does it have anything to do with my father's warp experiments? No, the Institute is focused on atmospheric generation. Terraforming. Well, advances in that area could help expand the Empire. But what are the security implications of proving this? You've been far too busy to study every action brought before the previous ministry. You have to take a guess. Well, that seems fine. Fine, I'll sign it. Very well. Alright, look at Mir's campaign. Appear at the screen. So he's got a historic castle. I already held an event there and mine was better. Okay. If I get to... Go Allure and Intrusion. Because that at least gives me the outfits for emotion. Science success. You walk away from the final science lab with a sigh. You spent more than a trescent poring over experiment records, journal entries, and messages sent between your father and the hairy scientist, Three-Forked Lightning. You've scanned the scientist's shelves and shaken out its eccentric clothing in search of crumpled notes. You've personally walked through every relevant lab and stood where they would have stood to view events from their perspective. You've carefully handled the remains of a failed warp gate. And nothing makes sense. Three-Forked Lightning was an eccentric outsider whose theories were viewed with rightful skepticism by the large scientific community. The hero was thrilled to have the opportunity to pursue this research with Imperial backing and produce enthusiastic reports on a regular basis. But there's nothing but failure after failure. The research wasn't going anywhere. If Three-Forked Lightning came up with this entire new approach, it's like Flash from the Void that actually worked, then it would have had to happen that very night. So, yeah, nothing worked. What you did find was the opposite. A message from the Emperor and telling him to be in the lab. Your father's not a stupid man. It's hard to believe he would volunteer for a wild experiment with no history of success. Now that it appears to be what happened. Why would he have done something so obviously foolishly fatal? It was an accident? Sometimes even smart people do stupid things. Maybe Three-Forked Lightning thought there was a breakthrough and was wrong? Maybe the Emperor was overly excited and insisted on a test without the proper precautions? Whatever happened, it killed them both. You've got to accept that you'll never know the truth. It happened, it's over. There's no point in investigating any further. This is your life now. Compliance, okay. And our menace is 55. Intrusion 45. Let's try this. Okay. Let's intimidate the heirs. Cinepart's estranged ex-stepchildren were not invited to the Imperial reception. They have never been introduced to you personally. They may not recognize you. Threats would be much easier to make with the power of the Empire behind you, but might also have more consequences. A mysterious threat from an unknown young woman is less convincing, but if they think you represent some criminal organization, your true reputation won't be damaged. I think we go Imperial Heir. You put on your fanciest jewelry and pay a visit to these impudent would-be inheritors, your Imperial bodyguards in tow. In haughty tones, you express that the future Empress will be very unhappy if they continue to cause trouble in the courts. Okay. With cursory bows and narrowed eyes, they agree to your demands. When you return to the palace, you receive a message from Cinepart that the case has been abandoned, and that you now have his vote. Okay. Perfect. That's basically everything we needed to do here. I guess let's check for threats. Always gotta check. No threats. Perfect. Let's start getting to know... I know who your social network is. That might inform who we can more easily get votes from in the future. He's out with Zolat and Regd and Jade. Okay. So we need to get up to what, like 15 votes? Currently compliance. Let's become indulgence. Let's get that emotion cranked. Alright, let's head to Haru 1. There's a servant in our path. Oop, look out! I can't fix it. We're punishing him. Didn't you hear me? Look at what you've done. This is coming out of your sound. I'm putting you on report. Okay. Menace. Double. Graduate level menace. There we go. Harry Prime, hello, welcome. We'll let the palace staff design the menu. Okay. You have absolutely no idea what to say. About what? Move to the front of the room. Oh, I've nothing. Alright, I'm providing a distraction. Okay. Isn't this a great party? Something more than that. You've got to say something more than that. Is anyone here celebrating a birthday tower? No one speaks up. Wedding anniversary. This is excruciating. Well, let's all listen to my favorite song. You frantically signal to the staff to play something, anything, and then slink back into the crowd, your cheeks flaming. Not the best impression. More importantly, it appears that the security incident has been resolved with discretion. Yay. Now I meet people. You don't particularly... Sheesh. Enjoy reading for fun. You have too many other things to do, but what impression do you want to give of yourself? I don't like reading. Actually, I don't particularly enjoy reading. I'm more interested in beautiful things that I can share with people. Oh, well, see. Do you have any pets? And Eben Blot? Excellent. Okay. More spaceships? While we're here? Stay here. We might even be able to catch up with the fleets. Gifts have been sent. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Some usual letters. The Uzga. Little snow globe looking thing. I'll dispose of it quietly. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. Thank the Uzga, but have the orb discreetly destroyed. Preferably at a safe distance. Very well. Okay, the Grib. You find them unsettling. They want us on a project. Empires do not give away territory. An unusual situation. Now, this went horribly last time we did this. But maybe we can, like, scare him into submission? I don't know. We'll accept the offer. This is an opportunity we can't afford to miss. We should arrange the expedition and to lay groundwork for future colony. It'll require resources. Okay. A cheaper option would be to send prisoners. They have no right to refuse, but you can offer them their freedom in exchange for their work building a new colony. And if anything were to happen to them, who cares? Because this potential colony would be closest to the Harry system. Okay. We'll send convicts. Round up prisoners who are willing to work and send them along to break ground. There'll be free colonists when it's all completed. Very well. It's nice to have presents, but you do have studying to do. Okay. Extra piloting skills. And I think that should be enough to win over the Admiral. If he's not in the sector. Okay. Well, that's fine. One bite hates me. Do we think we have enough skills to do 3 nestled rocks thing? Intrusion, maybe, if there's like lockpicking involved. Let's negotiate with one mode. Alright, you won't return my calls. Great. Okay, let's negotiate with 3 rocks nestled. Need support. Not certain. Way to escape. I mean, we're good at that in theory. Is it dangerous? Just a game. Okay. What does it involve? Okay, we'll try this. The Elector, a mysterious game on the planet's surface. It would not give you any details on that, only that it would be an adventure. It also wasn't clear whether you'd have more than one chance at this. You ready to make the attempt? Let's go. You send a message to the Elector's office to arrange your trip to the surface. Without much delay, you receive a reply with landing coordinates and a request to wear comfortable shoes. You meet 3 rocks nestled on Harry Prime outside of what appears to be a large warehouse. Welcome, Your Imperial Highness. I'm so glad you could make it. Now, the scenario is based in the Nuvan phonograph era, a classic time period on that planet for murder mystery and the hands-on detective work. I have to investigate a murder? Well, who knows? Anything could happen. You are an investigator visiting the mansion of an eccentric millionaire, the wealthiest class of the time. It is in possession of a stolen diamond necklace, very valuable, rumored to carry a mystical curse. Your job is to find the necklace and escape with it. Here's a notebook in case you need it for any puzzles. It hands you a little book full of blank paper with a pen strapped inside. Any other equipment or weapons you have, you should leave them here. The puzzles are meant to be solved with only what you find inside. Now remember, once you go through that door, you are an old Nuvan, pre-spaceflight. Try to stay in character. You may have an Nuvan heritage, but you're not an expert in their ancient history. On with the show! The Elector opens a door into blackness and ushers you inside. You step through, blinking and hoping that your eyes will adjust. When suddenly the door closes behind you, you're alone in an unknown space in the dark. Bang! You hear the sound of thunder crashing and lights overhead flicker crazily, giving you fragmentary glimpses of your environment. You're standing on a rough plascrete floor. Oddly in front of you is the facade of another building. An old oddly fashioned house, the mansion that 3 Rock Cecil described. The sound of rain sweeps over you with a hiss, and panels to your side begin to glow with streaks of blue. You're not actually getting wet, but the atmosphere is clear. You can almost smell it, and it makes you shiver. 2 glass lanterns in front of the house ignite, framing a large door. That must be where you're supposed to go next. You approach the front door. It looks wooden, though it's hard to be certain in the dim light, and a gleaming metallic knocker is attached. There's also a small slot cut into the door, wide and tall enough for an envelope to pass through, but not a hand. We'll knock. You lift the knock and bring it down loudly against the door's surface. After a moment, you hear a voice from the other side. Do you have an invitation? What? Please slide your invitation through the door so that I may see who's calling. You don't have an invitation, just a notebook full of blank paper and a pen. Bluff your way in, dramatic plus menace. You square your shoulders and raise your chin haughtily. Are you implying that you do not know exactly who I am? I'm the world-famous inspector with connections to the royal family. You're supposed to be playing along with the story, after all. Surely they are, too. Do you expect me to believe that a house of this level of sophistication does not recognize me? This is a deliberate insult. Or perhaps a sign that you have something to hide. The door creaks open, revealing Oriole, the Elector's companion, wearing a formal feathered suit. My apologies, Madam Inspector. I did not hear you clearly at first. Please come inside. He ushers you into a room decorated in what you assume is period Old Novan style. A large number of comfortable chairs are set all around the edges, and tiny wooden tables crammed in between them. The walls are covered with decorative patterned paper. High shelves hold collections of silver and china. Make yourself comfortable, madam, and I will announce your arrival to the master. He bows and leaves through a side door that he closes behind himself. You stand in place uncertain. Are you supposed to search this room for clues? Is the diamond necklace hidden in one of the silver cups, or should you go deeper into the mansion while the servant is not looking? Suddenly you hear voices coming from behind the door, or you'll just use. Despite the distance, they're as loud and clear as if they were standing in the same room. The inspector is here. You led her into the house. This is a catastrophe. I expected better from my loyal butler. 1,000 apologies, master. Should I send her away? No, that will only arouse her suspicions. You must keep her occupied. Stall her. Serve her tea and cakes. I'll use the secret passage to reach the diamond necklace and secure it safely. Yes, master. And then oddly, you hear a little snippet of music. A distinct 4-note tune, followed by a dull grinding noise. As you blink in puzzlement, Oriole re-emerges, pulling the door behind him again so that you cannot see the room beyond, but not quite closing it. Please accept my apology, madam. The master is deeply occupied with important business matters and cannot receive you at this moment. If you would be so kind as to have a seat, I will bring you tea and refreshment while you wait. He exits again through a different door. This time, this one closes solidly behind him. You walk over to peek through the first door. The room beyond appears to be a study containing a large desk, several bookshelves, a fireplace, and a keyboard. Perhaps a harpsichord? There's no one in the room and no sign of any other exit. The master must have exited via the secret passage that was mentioned. There's little tunes, so is the harpsichord the key? Unfortunately, you lack the musical ability to remember and replicate the tune you've only heard once. What are you going to do? You flatten your hands across the keyboard, pressing multiple keys at once, hoping to get lucky. It creates an alarming jingle, but no secret door appears. Stupid thing. You kick sulkily at the base of the harpsichord, then again harder, just in case that jars anything loose. What? I failed? I need music skills? Please don't damage our props. You don't use force to open any doors in this scenario. Well, the door's open now. Okay. Well, I'm not getting music skills, so... Was there any alternate method? I don't think. What am I right now? I'm bold? I guess I'll explore the station, maybe? Is there any point in staying in Harry 1? Let's head to Harry 3. The gift has arrived from the Chook, Your Imperial Highness. A large blue stone, roughly triangle-shaped with jagged edges like an ancient spearhead. Holding it up to the light, you see fiery glints within and realize that it's made out of high-quality ultramarine. Pretty piece. Send them my appreciation. Your Birth Star will be rising soon. Maybe you'll have a party. Give me some bladed skills. Yeah, just a little combat experience, just in case. This sector of the Harry system is by far the most popular with tourists from across the Empire. Both planets are dominated by ocean, with small land masses whose cities are never too far from a beach, and now support thriving colonies with a focus on pleasure and recreation. Werenock is a warm summer paradise of nodding palms and gentle breezes. Young adults cram themselves into touring ships for whirlwind romance and wild alcohol-fueled parties. The wealthy retire there to sleep in the sun. So it's Florida. Quochim attracts a different crowd with its odd skies that are perpetually gloomy by day and sparkling by night. Bioluminescent organisms are common, and the seas shimmer with strange colors. Xena had big plans for a meditative retreat on Quochim to celebrate your graduation from the Ishinka Academy. She and Vasily would be staying in an underwater resort with massages and trance induction classes, getting in touch with your soul residents, that sort of thing. Vasily would rather be relaxing on the Werenock beaches, but Vasily never bothered to make the plans. And of course, the way things are going now, it's unlikely you'll be able to keep Xena's plans either. Werenock has a larger population, and the two electors to Quochim's one. Werenock is actually the only individual colony in the Empire that is assigned 2 electors, and it's not because of the size of the population. It's because too many wealthy and influential nobles wanted to claim the planet for themselves. In the early days of colonization, there were 2 rival capitals on the planet's surface, each attempting to claim the position of official central governments. There were raids, assassinations, and even a mass poisoning incidents. To calm the feuds, the Emperor at the time chose to recognize them as 2 separate colonies, allowing them each individual representation. Over time, the 2 political entities have largely merged into and interconnected, though the original capitals still maintain a friendly rivalry in sporting competitions. Both planets are known for their entertainment options and relaxed lifestyle. Would it be better to emulate that, or to impress them with your own pomp and circumstance? What theme do you want for your reception? This is going to be a disaster either way. Colorful and casual, I guess. The culture of the sector revolves around fun. To win their approval, it makes sense to show that you understand and appreciate their way of life. Bring on the flower dresses and drinks with tiny umbrellas. The result is very bright, but perhaps a bit overwhelming for some. Once the party is in full swing, you find yourself surrounded by smiling, laughing guests. You don't want to be rude, but you do need to get through the crowd. You avoid making eye contact and slip sideways between little groups of friends. It's not so bad once you get the hang of it. At last, you make your way over to the first of the electors. Bruneka is one of the electors from Werenock, an older Mira woman with a son around your age. You've met her before when her family was visiting her husband's relatives on Kedra. Not just visiting, there was some discussion at the time about whether it would be good for the son's future to attend your boarding school and make connections in the Merkin system. You had to show him around and made some foolish comment about his eyes. It was a fivm ago. It doesn't matter, probably. The son was called Wen, which was probably short for something, but you didn't read Reneka's dossier before the event to check. After all, you're not strangers. You can't see Reneka's son or husband nearby. Did they not attend tonight? Although she's not looking your direction, the tips of Berneka's cat-like ears perk up as you draw near. She turns to face you. Well, well, well. Welcome and well met, Your Imperial Highness. I'm happy to see you. What a lovely party. Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you again as well. How's your family? Your husband and your son, are they here tonight? Oh, my husband isn't with us anymore. He... dead, I'm afraid. Oh, I'm very sorry. Oh, it's all right. You've been very busy lately with matters of your own. You haven't had time to keep up with the recent news. So he died recently? Oh, yes, it's only been a season. Such a terrible tragedy. Actually, I don't think she's very sad about it at all. Berneka reaches up to adjust the pendant hanging around her neck, one sharp fingernail sending it swinging. Wait, it's moving. Those little legs, those pinching claws, that creature's alive! Someone has drilled holes through the anthropod's shell to attach the rings of a golden chain. How long can it last like that? Of course you have suffered your own loss so recently as well. You have my deepest sympathy for the death of your father. The Empire will never be the same without him. Do you expect to have the opportunity to visit our home on Weirnock? I suppose that depends on how the negotiations go. You'd rather have the time for a beach getaway, unless it's necessary to win a vote. Berneka smiles at you expectantly. She's waiting for you to say something more. Ask out when? Has your son completed his schooling yet? Wendell has not yet graduated. He has been quite distracted recent lessons and spent a great deal of time with his girlfriend. That's probably enough pleasantries for now. You sense that she probably has positive feelings on you. Good. You part with Berneka and go search for the other elector for Weirnock. When you first encounter him, you think you're seeing double. Two handsome Merkin men, dressed in matching floral silk shirts, and stand together, shoulder to shoulder, their heads bobbing in time to the music. One is the actor you're seeking, the other is his husband. They're clearly not identical, they're not even related, but they look similar enough that if you had only a description to go on, you could not tell which was which. Even their names are closely allied, Radomir and Radomil. Perhaps that coincidence encouraged them to cultivate their resemblance. You wait expectantly until the elector detaches from his companion and comes over to greet you. Your Imperial Highness, it's really amazing to have you here with us. It's like totally an honor. His eyes look odd. Has he taken some kind of chemical? It is my pleasure to be here and to meet you. This is your first time, or never been to the sector before, like in the flesh. I've never had the chance to visit. Oh, wow. You know you gotta come down and like see the waves yourself. We could be your guides and show you all the best games. You didn't come to the sector to play games, but you need his approval, so you smile non-committally. Have you ever played on a Starfall team? Starfall is popular in the Merkin system, but a very rough sport, even the watered-down version played by students and amateurs. At professional levels, being struck by a falling star is quite often fatal. Your boarding school put you all out on the field once or twice as part of your regular exercise routine, but with the star replaced by a puffball and so many rules that not even a nose is broken, hardly an authentic experience. Still, some might enjoy the chance to explain sports to an inexperienced girl. What? Well, deception plus allure. We have, like, no deception skill. And we have 35 allure. We'll tell the truth. No, never a real team. We played powder puffs games at school. The ball makes a burst of colored powder if it hits someone and no one's allowed to jump on the other players. Well, that's just not right. We should show you how beautiful a game can be. Again, you smile. If attending a Starfall match wins you a vote, you'd even wear one of those colorful team hats. After a few more pleasantries, you send him back to his husband, remarking again on their oddly mirrored smiles. Positive feelings, okay. Alright, the last elector, the one representing Ko-Chim, takes some time to look at. Not only is she standing off at the corner, but she is facing away from the center of the room, her feathered wings shielding her face from the view. You only pinpoint her at last when her companion heads back to the main body of the party carrying their empty plates. Perhaps the elector is shy, or her age and health make her wary of crowds. Still, she does not look your way. You'll have to announce yourself. Madam Elector? She turns to face you, bringing with her a wave of sweet scents as if she had been baking pastries until the sugar infused her very pores. Her hair and clothing flutter and sparkle. No, it's not her hair, it's insects. Moonflies with glowing wings, which crawl freely over her dress and extend their hollow tongues to taste her skin. Alright, what's the deal with using living creatures as fashion accessories? It's weird. What an unusual fashion statement. Oh, your Imperial Majesty. You're even more beautiful than your pictures. Such perfection. She reaches her trembling hands toward your face. Sure. Mindful of her age and position, you hold still and allow her to gently stroke your cheeks. I remember when my own was so young. This close, the intense fragrance of sugar and vanilla almost makes you sneeze. Princess Zorana, my sympathies for your father's passing. I remember my own. She looks away and sighs, a deep huff that shivers the wings of her glowing passengers. For so long you wait and think that they might come back. When they visit your bed, you scold them for making you worry. But then you open your eyes and they're gone. You don't know exactly what she's talking about, but it seems that it's affected her more deeply than your father's loss has affected you. Thank you. You're very kind. Fast as he could have imagined, her mournful expression transforms into a crackling, wrinkled smile. Never too young to get started, are you, eh? Eh? We could be family, you know. That's how she came. The union. Mother! A woman's voice calls from behind you. The companion you notice there, apparently the Elector's daughter, returns carrying a pair of glasses. Ah, my star. See how she shines. The woman steps protectively close to her mother, who pats her shoulder. I'm fine, my dear. The princess and I were just getting to know each other. Did you get the sparkling wine? Ah, what lovely bubbles. You've made your introduction. Perhaps now is the time to retreat. Please enjoy the reception. I will speak with you again later. The Elector doesn't even seem to hear you now, staring intently into a liquid of her drink. Hostile? Okay. I guess I'll visit guard training? We'll stay here. Ah, birthday wishes. Yay. So what true at Mazarin? We'll agree with her story. I could get acquainted with sports. That might be a good idea. Might help me win over that one elector. Here. There's a sound at the door. Come in. What's the gift? Ah, yes, the gift. Okay, so Eve hates me. We probably won't be able to get a meeting with her. Let's see what... Propose an engagement. With your son, I guess? Let's negotiate. Let's see what he wants. You arrange for a private conversation with Verneka. I need the support of my electors. Verneka spears an olive on a claw tip, then pops it into her mouth. Why be hasty? The election hasn't arrived yet. Anything could happen by then. I see no need to tie myself down to a position. Anything could happen? Can you think of anything that might happen which would make you want to give me your vote? She chuckles thirdly. Perhaps. She raises a single finger. You are familiar with Milan, Elected of Kedra? Yes, he's actually in my cabinet. You mean my legative culture? Yes. She leans forward, eyes alight. I dislike him. The reasons don't matter. Dismiss him from your cabinet, and you will have my vote. But I already have his vote. She sits back, looking very pleased with herself. I see. If you do that, of course, you will greatly offend him and lose his vote, in exchange for potentially gaining Bracken's. Is she worth that? Well, that just doesn't seem like the math just doesn't work out. We make an explicit enemy in exchange for getting her on the council. Like, we're not even on the council. And Milan's actually a decent legative culture, so. Yeah, what do you want? You arrange for a private conversation with Radamil. I need the support of my electors to formally become empress who will pledge your loyalty to me. Pledge? I mean, election isn't happening yet, is it? I mean, that's when we're supposed to make the decision, right? I don't see why I would have to decide now. Why are these people so laid back? Well, right now I'm here, and I'm talking to you personally, so if there's something you want, something that would make a difference in your decision, now's the time to ask for it. But you're not the empress, you don't have the power, so what can you offer? You tell me, what can I do right now to convince you that I'm on your side? That I'm the best choice to hold the Celestial Throne? You're a fan of sports, aren't you? What if I get season tickets to your local Starfall team and go to a match with you? An Imperial Princess in the box, supporting your side against your rival capital city, could be to your benefit. Yeah, maybe we could do something with sports. But not just watch it. If you want me to promise you my sport in the election, I want you to impress me. A fierce enough woman to face down the Imperial Committa? You never know, someone until you see how they struggle and their life is on the line. You want me to give a speech to the Committa? Does that mean he's counting debate as a sport? I want to see a fight for your life. A blood match, no weapons, no holds barred, no surrender, kill or be killed. You can't agree to that, you'd have no chance. If you'd prefer a different sort of challenge to bring out your strength, it's kind of obstacle course set up near Lightning Park. It's just as dangerous, even an expert can lose her grip on a rock, long fall, sudden stop, does it end? Well, don't go in if you're afraid to die. But if you strive, you'll know you've earned it. Whatever he sees in your face after that, it makes him laugh. Like, nobody's forcing you. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. If you don't have the fire in your blood, then I can't promise you my vote. So, let yourself reflect and decide how you feel. If you pursue this, you may well lose your life. But you can't say he didn't warn you. Okay, he still likes me. I don't think I can do that. I doubt Eve is even willing to talk to me. He has positive feelings, so he probably is going to decide in my favor come election day, so I don't think we need to do anything crazy with him. Honestly, same could be said for Bruneka. I might want her on the council, though. And maybe a cabinet position would be better spent on someone more. Well, lock in the votes while you can. Okay. In exchange for electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. Now that's a tasty offer. She smiles, displaying sharp points of her teeth. What role are you picturing me in? Give me the Lord Chancellor. Excellent. My climate and dietary preferences forward to your household management so they can prepare for my arrival. I'll be quite busy for a while. Don't worry, I won't need your input. Well, at least you have her vote. Skill 40. Okay, that's not bad. We are really winning this election so far. Broad base of support, too. Okay, we really, I don't think need more spaceship skills. I guess we can exercise. Okay, I think we move at this point. Man, when is the fleet gonna be... Okay, let's go to Haru 4. Alright, entering the Haru 4 sector. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. The gift has arrived. Have their concerns? It's from Crystal Neva. Okay. What is it? The Vestarch brings out a wooden box made up of many separate pieces. What's inside? Okay. I don't think we have time to deal with the box. We'll put in the vaults. Put in the vault with the other gifts. I don't have time for puzzles. Time keeps slipping by so quickly. Okay, give me some reflexes. I'd like to get some survivability in the event of a, well, reflexes and endurance? I don't want to simply die if we get an assassination attempt. Like, give me a fighting chance. The innermost worlds of the Haru system are also among the least prominent within society. 2 planets, Seoi and Clawbal, are extremely small and rotate slowly. Their surfaces burned clean by the heat of the sun. Relad is larger, but it has turbulent atmosphere with constant sandstorms. None of these worlds are at all appealing to tourists. Relad, with its desert winds, is populated almost entirely by the Haru and functions as their only true colony world. The other 2 are managed primarily as business concerns, mining for resources, and their population comes from all over the Celestial Empire. Small and unimportant though they may be, they are planets of the Celestial Empire, and they are each entitled to an elector to represent their interests. Given the mixed population of the system, it's hard to choose a particular theme for your reception. Not all of the electors owe loyalty to the Haru Prime, and their true allegiances may not be visible. What theme do you choose? Guess we'll go for Haru style? Well, you aren't deeply versed in the Haru culture, but you know they like the desert, so you go with that for a visual theme. Sandy colors and cakes that look like cacti. As the gathering gets underway, you seek out the electors. The first face that recognizes you, or that you recognize, is an older Myrthan woman with flowers woven into her dark hair. Groidan, elector of Clawbal, she is accompanied by her husband, a handsome, mature Theron with strong arms and scaly green wings. Catching sight of you, Groidan laughs and pats her companion's hand, then detaches herself to come over and greet you. Your Imperial Highness, such a pleasure to meet you in person at last. You look even lovelier than your pictures. Despite the fact that she's 3 times your age and her husband is right there, she appears to be flirting with you? Thank you. I hope we see more of you at the parties while you're in the sector. We have to manufacture much of our own entertainment. What sort of entertainment? Oh, many things. Card and board games in particular. I always love the thrill of competition. Board games, like the ones that little children play? While you're trying to take control of an empire? I'm not certain that I'll have time for that, but I'll keep it in mind. Oh, you're a precious creature. She laughs. I mustn't monopolize you now. I'm sure you have many introductions to make, but please call on me later. I'd love to hear more about you. Before leaving, she makes a strange, low curtsy to you, spreading her arms wide and crossing her legs and bending her knees until she's almost kneeling on the floor. Her movements are clearly practiced, but it's not a style of respect you've ever seen before, despite your familiarity with court protocols. Is it something she's invented personally? You far outrank a minor elector and are not obligated to respond in kind, of course. We'll nod. I don't think I have the capability to do that. You nod graciously to her and allow her to withdraw. Positive, yay. You look around for another elector to speak to and locate Jade. Looking more closely, that's an ordinary business outfit. The skirt is long and tight, emphasizing her hips and hobbling her legs. Her blouse, by contrast, is too loose, too large, giving her a rumpled appearance that evokes hasty dressing. She arrived alone, but it seems that her intent is not to leave that way. When your eyes meet hers, she raises a hand to her face as if startled, then puts on a bright smile and walks directly over to you. Imperial Highness, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. Please accept my condolences about your father. Thank you. He was such a powerful man. I regret never having the chance to know him better. But it just goes to show you have to seize his opportunities when you can. In a place like this, we often have to manufacture our own opportunities. The Zector of Clonball said something similar. Oh, did she? Did she? For some reason, she appears to find this extremely funny. Some people love to play the game, but they don't realize how easily they can be unmatched by someone younger and faster. Which I suppose means I should keep an eye out for you, doesn't it? She eyes you in a way that seems both flirtatious and provocative. She's trying to do reaction, but you're not sure exactly what. Challenge her with menace. You say nothing at all, but meet her gaze, staring her down, and smirk. She shivers. Yes, I think so. Please call me when your schedule permits. I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. Yes, we'll talk later. She nods to you and walks away, angling her path to accidentally bump into a man in an expensive suit as she goes. Positive feelings, okay. Everyone seems to like me. Shaking your head, you look around for the final of the 3 electors you need to beat. The last one feathered figure detaches itself from the crowd and makes its way over to you. It's not particularly tall, but its feathers are faded with age, and it moves slowly. The breeze stirs in the skies, lighten at your presence, Imperial Princess Zorana. From the heart of our home, we send warmth and welcome to you. I who greet you am known in your tongue as rippling eternity. It is a pleasure to meet you. It raises one clawed talon. The meeting is a beginning. Many lifetimes ago, your ancestors and mine met for the first time upon the surface of a world, both near and far from where we stand now, and the stars were carried in their arms. Even the ancient callers, those who led their flocks at wisdom, could not have imagined that eyes in the dark were watching from the limitless voids of space. It was the Voyager, known as High Peak, who was the first to spot a light growing in the sky, a light which would in time descend and take shape into a great gleaming figure. It sounds like it's gearing up to tell you an entire epic of the Heru people based around the first contact with the Celestial Empire. That could take a while, especially in such an old and quavering voice. Last questions to redirect. And the Imperial expedition was led by the great Halian Svezden. Did you know that she had 12 children? Almost all of our nobility can trace relatives to her family. As you said, that meeting was a beginning for both our peoples. Let's hope that this meeting can be equally fruitful. Yes. Thank you for your words of wisdom. I hope we can speak again later. I'm certain that we will. With that, you extricate yourself and continue around the room, smiling at the assorted dignitaries. Much remains to be done before you have any chance of claiming the throne. You can't let rippling eternity claim all your time. Okay. Some more stealth skills wouldn't be bad. I met with domination to be able to win over the High Priest. Sure. We'll stay in Heru 4 for now. Received a message. The Thraken technology companies wish to test your opinion on establishing a self-governing community on the largest moon of Svargas. Okay. This isn't the first time that someone has broached the idea of lunar independence. Small electoral territories already exist. However, no emperor has been in favor of the idea. 3 new Tharkan electors could change the balance of power in the Empire. We'll be non-committal. I don't want to take a position right now, and there's nothing that could be done until after the election. Ignore them for now. If they press for an answer, say something vague that doesn't make any promises. Very well. Okay, give me some sports. Maybe some unarmed combat. Just in case. Okay. Alright, what do you guys want? Also, can I see the map? Where's the fleet these days? Is it circling the entire empire? I guess it'll catch up to us eventually. Alright, let's we need one more cabinet position. Economics, right? Let's see what you guys want. Let's negotiate. Arrange for a private conversation with rippling eternity. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Winter has always been a difficult time in the northern steppes. Prey animals find food scarce and cold. Many hide themselves away to sleep, others take a non-productive coloration diet. What does this have to do with anything? When prey becomes difficult to find, this brings a perilous choice for hunters. Should they work together to increase the chances that one of the group might find some scrap of food, it yet divided among many a scrap may as well be nothing, and then there would be no benefit. If each works alone, then most will be unsuccessful, but the one who has the greatest luck could receive a full meal. The obvious compromise is to work in small bands, 3 to 5 being the most common numbers, for young and unmated hunters who have no offspring to care for. As it happened, a group of 3 friends on a hunt together had the great fortune to encounter the tracks of a char which must have ventured out of hibernation. But the size of the harpins, it was enormous. An enormous beast, more than enough to feed all 3 hunters and leave meat left over. Even a young solo hunter has a family and friends beyond itself. Should the extra be shared? If so, with whom and how much? Or should the hunters keep it stored for themselves? Did each of them deserve the same share, or should an extra portion be granted to the one who first spotted the tracks, or the one who would strike the fatal blow? After much debate and discussion, the 3 friends at last arrived at the sensible agreement that pleased all parties. With their future range, they set out to slaughter the char. Alas, when they followed the footprints to their ends, they found no animal, and all their planning was wasted. Obviously trying to work together didn't help those hunters at all. Self-sufficiency is a wonderful strength, but I'm not allowed to disregard the Electoral College, and must declare myself empress by fiat. I'm required to make these agreements. The elector looks at you oddly, and you wonder if you misunderstood it. Everyone wants something in politics. What can I do that would make a difference and show you that I am the best candidate to lead the empire? The elder Haru is silent for a moment. The Imperial Committee is a marvelous masterpiece of cooperation and diplomacy. Wherever disparate voices from across the empire could all have input into governance as a whole. The College of Electors guarantees that all citizens of the empire are connected to their future ruler through their electors' vote. That's what brings you here. Have not all populations equally represented. A private mining operation or a single research station has the same electoral vote as an entire planet, a tiny fraction of the population. It is true that the stations in the drug sector are laughably tiny when compared against the population of even a minor colony world like Relot. One might as well assign an elector to every small town. However, it was necessary to designate those stations as permanent settlements in order to establish the imperial claim to the system. They are treated like colonies and therefore have their own electors. There are political and historical reasons why the College of Electors was designed the way it was. No one's going to abolish it now. I do not seek to have it abolished, only to place a feather upon the scales. Haru Prime is the only ancestral homeworld with only 2 electoral votes.
To redress the balance for the honor of my people, this is my request, to grant a third electoral position to Heru Prime.
Man, finally, someone with like a reasonable this might be a big ask, but it's a sensible request. That's not something I have the power to do right now. No skill that you can learn would allow you to single-handedly change the structure of government. Not while you're only the heir to the throne. After all, if a candidate could pick and choose the electors, that would make this entire process a lot simpler for you. As long as you were the one doing the picking. But anyway, it isn't allowed.
The Imperial Princess cannot. The Empress, however, could issue a decree. For this benefit, there must be guarantees. Will you publicly commit to seeking a third electoral seat for Heru Prime?
Rippling Eternity is correct. The Heru homeworld is disadvantaged compared to those of other Imperial races. A single new electoral vote will not have much impact on the balance of power. Even within the Heru system, many of their worlds are controlled by colonizing forces from Merca and Tharkas. It may be possible to sell this plan as a natural step forwards for the Heru, something that the Celestial Empire in general should applaud with pride. Expansion is an Imperial virtue. However, that might be viewed as criticism of those cultures which are less interested in expansion, particularly the Mao. It's never easy to predict the exact results of any change in policy. A public commitment requires an official proclamation. All the electors will know about your statement, and all of them will judge you for it. I think we'll do it. Relatively simple way to secure a vote. A lot of the Heru should like this, and we're in the Heru system right now, securing votes. I think we go for this. And it does seem right. I mean, if all the other homeworlds have 3 electors, then Heru should have 3 as well. Very well. I'll issue a statement in support of Heru Prime being represented by a third elector.
Thank you, Your Imperial Highness. Though my role need never be known, I am honored to have played a part in advancing the position of the Heru within the Celestial Empire.
It folds its arms across its chest and bobs its head repeatedly in a show of respect.
The support of Relat is yours.
Thank you. All right. And that's a new elector in the fold. All right. What does Jade want? You arrange for private conversation with Jade. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? She sighs, lifting a head to stare at her nails.
I don't see any reason to make promises.
I haven't made up my mind. Why should I?
I'm not particularly invested in this election. I have no reason to care.
And what if I wanted to make you care?
Oh, really?
It's risky, but you've picked up that the elector enjoys being challenged. A sharp push might be all it takes to get her on your side.
I intend to become Empress, whatever it takes. When that happens, you want to be my friend, not my enemy. So you want to prove to me that you're vicious enough to keep your enemies on their knees. Well, that sounds like a subject we should discuss personally.
She licks her lips.
Why don't we play a little game? Let's meet up, you set the time and place, and then you can attempt to persuade me. What do you have in mind? Oh, just a little friendly interrogation and light torture. Nothing fatal. If you can make me scream, you win. If not...
Her teeth flash in a shark's grin.
You give me your father's diamond falcon ring.
That's an Imperial treasure.
If you're afraid you'll lose, don't play. It's up to you. Call me or don't.
She blows you a kiss, then closes the connection. I need to train in whips. You now have a possible method to win her vote, but do you really want to get involved in the kind of thing she's suggesting? Okay. What's our mood at right now? Bold? Yeah, we could get combat for whips. Okay. Let's talk to Grajdana. You arrange for a private conversation with Grajdana. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? What will you offer me in exchange for my vote? What are you asking for? Oh, nothing much at all, nothing very specific, nothing bad. She certainly sounds like she wants something. I want you to join me in what has it for a friendly little game. A game of strategy and diplomacy, of careful planning and cooperation, and betrayal. But of course, that would never happen. She laughs, though it's more of a childish giggle. If you win, I'll pledge you my vote. You'll have earned it. If you lose, then you'll have to play again. How do I play this game? Oh, we'll teach you the rules. You'll figure it out. Practice helps. Call us anytime to arrange a game. Well, at least there's an offer on the table. Okay. I might need rhetoric skills. Oberod. Okay, so Lucamir's at Tharkus. Okay. And we're still destroying him in the election. I need combat skills. So we want to be a daredevil. We'll explore the station. I don't think we actually stay put. I think we'll go to Heru 2. And while we're in Heru 2, we'll be working on our whip skills. Then we'll come back to Heru 4 and try both of those quests. We received a diplomatic message from Crystal Nova. What do the Novans want now? They claim to have captured an Imperial intelligence agent carrying out espionage in their territory and demand that you come in person to the border to negotiate an exchange. It's not one of our agents. She taps her screen. This individual is a common Imperial citizen. He's not an agent. Okay. Could be a trap. It'll be on turn 22. How far away are we? This is the map. So it is 18 right now. If we move next turn, 19 we need to start moving immediately. That's rough. Okay. Oh, we don't have whip. We have chain. Such as whips. Okay. Double on chain. Okay. The Heru system is the most expansive of any in the Empire, and great swaths of it remain largely undeveloped. This sector contains no habitable worlds at all, no frontier colonists, no casual visitors, no society. Many maps would not even detail the area. But the sector's not entirely empty. There are planets to be found beyond this warp gate, and therefore Imperial territory to be upheld. The largest planet is the gas giant Panai. The name is, in Sub-Heru dialect, translates roughly as circular portal, referring to Panai's brightly gleaming rings. Two moons circle in constant opposition, Stuye and Poise. It's also called dawn and dusk. Each moon contains a small settlement and therefore the entitlement to an elector. Actually, there appears to be more sparse traffic around Panai this Trescent than you would have expected for such a minor habitation. Perhaps there's some interesting phenomena happening within the rings that scientists wanted to gather more data on. The other planets in the sector is tiny, barren Wigeb. It has no appreciable atmosphere to warm its surface. It is as cold as the depths of space. The surface is covered over with mountains and craters of monoxide ice. Even if it melted, breathing the gas would kill you. There's no seed of life here. Nonetheless, the planet has been claimed and parceled out to various business enterprises. Their ownership is displayed across the surface by small stations and large banners, marking this benighted outpost as a genuine holding of the Empire. The long-term population of Wageb is generally limited to caretakers and maintenance engineers. Kadar, the Elector, certainly does not live there herself. She has been traveling in her personal cruiser to reach the Heavenly Palace for this event. This is the first occasion in which the Heavenly Palace has visited this sector within your lifetime, if not longer. Despite that, the guest list is small and the gathering sedate. Other than Kadar's entourage, all attendees hail from the moods of Pane, and most of them are Heru. You're aware that the official elector of Pane Stoye is a Heru child, much younger than you, but you can't spot anyone that small in attendance. The regency is jointly held by the child's adoptive parents, whom you have never met. You've never met the other electors either, but they're much easier to locate. Kadar, especially, has been in frequent contact with the palace teams to arrange her ship's rendezvous, and here she comes now.
Your Imperial Highness, here you are in the back end of Beyond for some reason. Well, this might count as some sign of making an effort. It might also demonstrate a piss-poor grasp of strategy.
How dare she use language like that to you?
The sector's total population is a rounding error for the Empire, so why did you bother?
Provide a reason that flatters her. Demand that she show you respect, or explain why these votes matter. And I have more menace than allure. I only have 35 allure. I've got 85 menace effectively, so we're going to demand she show some respect. You catch her gaze and smile coldly.
So you admit that despite all your efforts, you remain utterly insignificant within the realm of Imperial politics. Perhaps your appalling manners are hampering your advancements. This sector is small and has been long neglected, all the more reason that it is due a visit to look for signs of weakness or insubordination. An empress must know all of her territory, even down to the least rodent hole.
Now beg my forgiveness. Kadar bows her head to you.
I apologize for a disrespectful tone, Your Imperial Highness.
You tilt your head, allowing her to depart. Attempting a longer conversation with her at this point seems too fraught, but hopefully she'll remember this lesson. You sense that she is hostile towards you. You're not alone for long before another young woman makes her appearance.
Hello, Your Highness. It's good to see you again.
Again?
We've never been formally introduced, of course, but I was lucky enough to win a ticket to an Imperial premiere once, and you were one of the black carpet guests, so I saw you there.
Oh, what show?
Drakenflucht.
You don't even remember it. You received invitations to so many events, they all blur together. Still, if you're both at a premiere, it was almost certainly back on the Twin Worlds. That's a very long way to travel just to see a show. She must be quite a fan.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you properly.
I introduce myself, Red Blue Shell. She brings forward a Heru who appears like Chapadok to be in young adulthood. Despite the name, it's not wearing anything of a bright blue. Bright Blue Shell greets you quietly and withdraws, apparently preferring to leave the politics to its spouse. That's nothing personal, it's just shy. Please accept my condolences about your father.
Thank you.
After Kadar's provocations, it is a relief to talk to someone so friendly and polite. However, politeness alone is no guarantee of political support. You need to make a stronger connection.
I've never visited this sector before. Are there any sites you would recommend?
Please don't do that.
What?
No one and nothing in the sector is equipped to entertain an Imperial entourage. It's very kind of you to visit, but you'll be putting a strain on us if you stay. Is that what all the extra space traffic is about? Are you refusing to host me? Yeah, we got the menace. Might as well use it.
Are you refusing to service the Imperial line?
No, of course not. Please forgive me, Your Imperial Highness. I spoke too informally. It is only that none of our attractions are worthy of your attention. I visited your Twin Worlds and have seen the cities, the temples, the forests. I know even minor personages like myself are treated.
The expectation of society, levels of comfort, we have no such luxuries here. I do not wish to disappoint you. She seems sincere. It's not surprising. High society doesn't exist out here. I look forward to speaking with you in more detail privately later. She smiles and bows to you and then moves away. Negative feelings, okay. 2 down, 1 to go. A voice croaks from behind you. Excuse me, sir, Madam Majesty? Is someone attempting to address you? You are certainly neither a majesty nor a sir. Whoever is speaking ought to have the courtesy to appear in front of you and address you as your Imperial Highness, or at least your Highness, not call you out like a child straying in a market. It would be undignified for you to respond to such a clumsy approach, or to such a clumsy approach. You deserve more respect. You could just ignore the speaker until they get it right. There's certainly no one else here who could possibly be titled Majesty, though. Would it reflect badly on you to fail to reply? I'll correct the speaker. Your chin raised in a dignified manner, you turn to greet the approaching Heru. 2 of them, their heads bobbing in counterpoints. It's the regents of Pane Stew, Starlight Needle, and Robe of Ice. You hope you are correctly remembering which is which. There's no sign of the child, Elector. Their charge must not have accompanied them to this event. You may correctly address me as your Imperial Highness. Yes, of course, Highness Zorana. Please forgive us. Forgive me, rather. The head bobbing increases in speed. I apologize, please, we don't know how to do this. We've never had visitors like you before. We've never had training. We don't know how people of your kind behave. Are they implying that you are some kind of exotic savage to them because you're Merkin? Ironic, considering what much of the Empire thinks about the Heru. My maid and I have never attended a society reception before. We have no experience with political etiquette. We weren't raised. We weren't born. We make mistakes. It's not because you're Merkins. You're Merkin. It's because you're noble and they are not. They're terrified. They are the regents and guardians of the official elector. Normally that opportunity would fall to whomever had the most power to seize it, but in this sector, where the term society must be stretched to exist at all, perhaps not. Perhaps these 2 were the child's favorite teachers and nothing more. Won't be encouraging. I'm sure he'll be fine. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll be fine. It's a party. Relax. Have fun. You twirl around, trying to encourage them to loosen up in exchange, but they just stare at you. I'm sorry that the young Elector Flashes on Waves was not able to attend tonight. I hope everything is well. It is still very young. It wanted to enjoy the travel. It just might have been loud, disruptive. The Harry brings out a palm hollow to show you an image of the child. Its beak crooked, open in frozen laughter. It looks like scintillation when it was young, doesn't it? The couple chuckles fondly at each other. Scintillation, the previous Elector, died unmarried. No second parent for Flashes and Waves was mentioned in the record overview. Is it a clone child? That wasn't marked either. Really, this information should have been noted for you, even in the basic introductory biography. You had imagined the records being so sloppy for any Tharkin, for example. An Empress needs to be informed of names and connections when introduced to people. But with Harry too being so remote and the child's foster parentage being settled outside of the political system, whoever prepared the briefing cards must have not considered the details important enough to pursue. There are no restrictions on cloned children within the Haru system. No extra cultural taboos or burdensome laws. You've had a vague impression that the practice was less common among the Haru than the Merkins or Tharkins, but that might not be accurate. We'll ask about this parentage. If I may ask, who was Flash and Sunwave's second parent, or did it have one? They look at each other. We don't know. It is Scintillation's child that it said. The Haru are notoriously private about personal matters. It does not seem possible these 2 simply never asked. If there's another biological parent, perhaps one who is unaware of the child's existence, that might cause some disruption in FIMs to come.
It's not really your concern at the moment. Please enjoy the evening. I look forward to the opportunity to talk to you in private later. Yes, thank you. One takes the other's hand and they drift away. They're hostile. Everyone's hostile. No one likes me here. Okay. I need more weapons trading. We'll visit the guards. I will stay here. And, well, if we want to do the negotiation, we need to leave now. I doubt we're equipped for the negotiation anyway. So I'd say we just ignore it and focus on the election. So we'll stay in here too for a bit longer. For instance, nothing urgent has summoned you. Lovely. There's a festival on turn 24. It's going to take a while to get to. Okay. We should be there. The Grib. The colony is going smoothly. Okay. Hold on. So turn 24. What turn is it now? Anyway. Give me unarmed. Give me chain. You unlock the barter armor outfits. Huh, that's nice. Okay, let's see if Kadar would like a captain's position. Okay. So if they're this angry, they won't talk to me at all. Alright. We'll negotiate with Chapadoc. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Election's not for... I don't know where anyone's badge at this point. Is there anything I can offer you that would make you change your mind? Offer me, like, what? Oh, you know, I could undergo a trial to prove my worthiness, seek the favor of the gods, bring you rare Draken flute merchandise, take your spouse out dancing... Whatever would help you determine if our interests are aligned, so that you could be convinced I am the best choice to become Empress. You know, there's something I've always wanted to do. I want to fire spaceships pulsate. You want to go blast space dust in the rings of Pane? No! Too dangerous, right, to set off a cascade and hit a moon. Such as I'm not, you know, trained at all. How do I have something big, but you'll have to teach me how. That gives you some idea, at least. You sense that she probably has negative feelings about you. Okay. We might be able to make that happen. I don't think there's anything else we really want to do here at the moment, so... guess we'll go for it. Outfit, though. If there is an outfit that's going to help, it's the spaceship outfit. Let's go for it. Chapadoc has requested that you take her out in a spaceship and teach her to fire the main weapon so that she can blow up something big. Are you ready to go on a space adventure? Let's fly! You send a message to Chapadoc inviting her to join you at the Heavenly Palace. Once she arrives, you guide her to the hangar. Look and see. You sweep your arm in the direction of a small Imperial flyer, its bronzed frames sweeping back from a round-tipped prow like a miniature comet. Is it big enough to have weapons? Of course it has weapons. You get better weaponry for size on small crafts like this because they're more maneuverable. A full carrier ship or space station will have photon cannons for defense, but they have to be mounted all over to cover approaches so the power is split. A little ship can spin around to target more precisely and focus a full reactor's energy into one place. You point your finger into the distance for dramatic effect, then throw your hand back, opening wide to simulate an explosion. Boom. Come on board. You fire up the thrusters and blast out into local space. Want to take a circle around Pane for the view? No, we should go further out. I mean, we need to be at a safe distance before we can start blasting anything. Can we go see the Whiskat Cloud? The Whiskat Cloud is an accretion disk, a vaguely mouth-shaped collection of gas and dust orbiting the Heru star. The substance of the cloud itself is incredibly reactive. Special shielding is required to keep any probe that enters from being rapidly dissolved. Doesn't sound great. Even at the current limits of Imperial science, it's too dangerous for much in the way of exploration. Your fire wouldn't last 5 splits if you went in there. Still, you could get close enough for a nice view. Chapadoc is from the system, after all. She must know the hazards. Well, she did just suggest going there, so... let's suggest a different destination. That area is dangerous. Empty space would be better. I mean for us to fly into the cloud, but fine. As long as we get to blow things up. Which is still at least a little dangerous. You set a course and engage the engines. Since you're flying in normal space, it will take a few hours to reach the area you have in mind. But it's a smooth sail with no traffic anywhere nearby. You can point the flyer in the right direction and go take a nap if you want. After you reach a suitably remote... what? Sorry. That's 1 star. It's weird. Let me look at my log. Hold on. After you reach a suitably remote area, you press a button to launch a simple targeting buoy. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. It hangs relatively motionless in space ahead of you. Beacons flashing. Helpful here. I am data back to the flyer. Okay. Okay, there you go. Blast away. I've never handled a ship before. Where do I put my hands? Oh, what do I press? Right here. Big gun success. Okay. You indicate the relevant controls. Chapadoc presses a button away from the flyer, missing the buoy completely. Okay, now how do I hit it? Alright, student discuss. You can manually adjust the targeting like this. You bring up a display and show her how to move the reticule around to control where a blast will go when fired. What happened? Okay, I think it's slightly cut for a second there. Let me open my OBS. I think we're back. Hopefully. This moves on quite a delay. I think we're back. A little instability there. Alright, you bring up a display to show her how to move the reticule around to control where a blast will go when fired. Her next attempt successfully lights up the buoy, causing it to explode into glittering pieces. Cool! Well, that's too slow. It's a line up with a moving target, isn't it? I know it zaps something that's trying to evade me. I'm not sure I have the skills to teach you that. Alright, I'm practiced. Okay. For that, you need the auto-targeting system. Subsystem, rather. You set out another target, this one programmed to make simple maneuvers and show Chapadoc how to indicate a target for the computer to track. Once it's locked on, it'll keep correcting for the motion, so all you have to do is choose when to press the button. She does this and the buoy goes the same way as the last. Boom. It feels too simple. Yeah, it's a lot less simple if you're trying to zigzag, twirl the ship at the same time. The target will pop on and off as the system tries to compensate for the motion, and you can't really give it your full attention if you're a pilot, so you still might miss. Still, is that all there is to it? Weapons, I mean? I need graduate level? Yeah, pretty much. Still disappointing. Don't know, I guess I expected more magic in it. Stacyos don't sound very impressive if they're just pressing a button. Most things aren't as hard as they seem if you know how they work. That's true, I guess. You gotta send out more than one target at a time and fly the ship around so that you have to choose which to shoot. Okay. You spent some time blowing up harmless drones before calling it a day and deciding to return to the Heavenly Palace. I think we did enough to get a vote, though, right? I guess that was pretty fun. Alright, Zorana, I'll vote for you. Thanks. Alright. I'd say that was successful. Alright, look at Bear's having some success on Kedrao. I'm already to 9 votes, though. We'd only need to lock in like 6 more. And we win. In theory, I think. Okay. I want to stay with combat. We'll explore the station. Oh no, without warning you feel a stinging pain in your arm. Your hand comes up to swat away the insect and encounters a feathered dart. Someone shot at you. A sniper and assassin have you been poisoned? You didn't even see whoever attacked you. The shot might have come from quite a long range. If you go chasing after them, they might escape, or they might shoot you a few more times before you can reach them. You need to get out of here to find a safety and a doctor. You turn and run around the nearest corner, breaking your attacker's line of sight. Your arm feels cold, and your fingers refuse to move when you try to wiggle them. That dart must have contained some kind of paralyzing toxin. You try to press on, but you stumble, unable to catch your balance. You tumble to the floor. You refuse to give up and continue to crawl along the floor with the parts of your body that still work. An ominous footstep behind you is followed by the hissing sound of more darts being fired. This game is hard, man. We were doing so well in the election that time, too. I'm curious, though. Let's restart turn 19. Okay, what did we even do here? I think we did chain. And unarmed, yeah. If we choose a different thing. Alright, let's just start with, we don't need to talk to these people because it's a waste of time. So we'll go and do your thing again. We'll negotiate. And we will do your personal quest. Different destination. Let's talk to Corinthi. Hey, any security threats? Good day to you. There's a threat to my life. Avoid being alone anywhere that you might be cornered. Right. Okay. So if I'm exercising, I would be in a place I'm easily cornered. I'm in the middle of the pool. So I think, alright, here's the thing. I think we need to basically, from this point forward, we're doing well in the election. We have made a lot of enemies. I think we're on track to win the election. We're probably going to get a couple more support, guaranteed support in the next couple, and I think we have a lot of people on the fence that are going to vote our way. So, I think we need to talk to Corinthi every single turn now. I think that's what has to happen here. Because we can't be assassinated. That's the only way we lose this. Alright, healthy body supports a healthy mind. Okay. No point in staying put. Let's head to Area 4. Alright, good morning. Yes, the committee. What's the situation? Okay, the Sarkin Matriarchs, our status is inherited. So this is the thing where, like, the marriage was never valid or something. What's the recommendation? Yeah, we'll refuse to take a position on this. This is matter for legal experts, not me. I'll leave the committee to decide. You know what? Max out reflexes, please. That's probably one of the most useful skills for not getting assassinated. And I think not getting assassinated is, like, our main objective now. Yeah. Alright, over here. Are we ready for Jade? I think so. And let's look at those skills. We're menacing. And we got a skill of 50. Well, we could wait one more turn on the chain, but I mean, 55 should be decent, especially if it's like menace plus chain. Let's go for it. Electra Jade has challenged you to a most unusual contest. If you can make her scream, then she will acknowledge your authority over her and pledge her loyalty to you, guaranteeing her vote in the election. If you can't, then you'll have to admit defeat and give her one of your father's treasures. For that reason, you have only one chance at this. If you fail, you can't try again. She didn't set any parameters on exactly what you could do in order to make her scream, though. It sounds like she's expecting a certain degree of torture. It's an unusual request, but there is a history within your culture of admiring both ruthlessness and resistance. An emperor is expected to be capable of cruelty, and a noble is expected to be able to suffer pain without flinching. Idealized heroes die stoically rather than betray the empire. Actually, killing an Elector would be counterproductive, though, so you can't simply stab her. There are more delicate methods of applying pain without causing lasting injury, but you need to be very careful and sure of what you're doing. Purely threatening her into screaming should also work, though it's tricky to scare someone who is expecting you to try something. In the end, what it comes down to is exerting your will over hers. If you convince her to submit, she can acknowledge your victory at any point. Still, there are so many ways this could go wrong. Are you sure you want to do this? Let's go. You sent a message inviting Jade to meet you in the Heavenly Palace. Before she arrives, you need to make sure your preparations are in place. What approach have you chosen? How do you intend to make her scream? Whip her is with chain. And that's piloting plus demolition. That's interesting. I don't think... I would have loved for... If we had one more turn to work chain. Science, though. Hold on. Science pain chemicals? I mean, we're at 75 in science. I think that's got to be your best bet. Winning the electoral vote is too important a process to leave to chance. Science can produce reliable results. Plan settled, you greet the elector when she arrives in the hangar. Please follow me. We should handle this matter in private. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Success, okay. You lead the way to a small room where a special chair has been installed, one with straps to hold the sitter in place. Wow, this looks interesting. It's for your own protection. Of course, of course. She climbs almost eagerly into the contraption and waits for you to tighten the leather restraints around her shoulders, wrists, and ankles. Once she is in place, you bring out the white lab container, unlatching the lid and withdrawing a small glass syringe. This is the venom of the Drillcolin, a lava scorpion. It's not called that because of where it lives, but because of what it makes your body, or your blood, feel like. Though I guess your blood is in your body, so. One scorpion sting can kill a creature 100 times its size. The venom is a neurotoxin with no antidote. Once it's in your system, you'll be suffering for at least 12 hours. I'm not scared. Alright, but I did warn you. This is going to hurt. You inject her left arm and quickly step back. The result is almost instantaneous. Her arm vibrates on the restraint as she desperately tries to shake the affected limb. Possibly a reflex to get rid of the biting creature, even though far too late. Though you've clearly already won the challenge, her screaming doesn't let up. She thrashes back and forth in the chair as best she can while restrained. You hurry back to the container to swap out your sting for a local anesthetic, something that will numb the nerves of Jade's arm and stop her agony. Once you've applied the painkiller, Jade slumps in position breathing hard.
Ow. Ow. Why can I still feel it? It's not the same pain, but it's like something inside my arm trying to beat its way out with a hammer. I can still feel it banging against my skin. I told you there's no antidote, so we can only cut off some of the effects until you're through the worst of it. It's going to hurt all day. Yeah, you said so. You don't both much, do you? I had to win. Maybe you'll make a decent empress after all. Well, princess, you've won. You have my vote, but next time we play, I'm going to insist on more rules.
You're not entirely sure what she's suggesting, but the important thing is that you've won her loyalty for the election.
Okay. Should we talk to Karundi or...
We gotta talk. Progress on the election versus not getting killed. And I was gonna say, what are the odds we get killed this turn? And it's probably not a new plot. We'll take our chances. You contact Grajdana and her husband Milokai to arrange to play their game. Once you have your schedules worked out, you take a flyer over to Klaalbal. In the gaming room, a large painted board is laid out in front of you, decorated with stars and planets and galactic shipping lines. Fictional ones, of course. Apparently the game requires at least 6 players, so the elector has invited friends to fill out the board. You believe you met them briefly at the reception, but you certainly don't know them well. In unfair disadvantage? The name of the game is Galactic Statesmanship. Oh, can I change my clothes? I don't think I can here. Dang. I should have had my medicine clothes on. Every player is assigned a starting planet and some resources, including military ones. Beyond that, you will need to capture supply centers and use actions to build your forces. At the end of a turn, you must spend resources to keep your forces supplied. Or you lose them. If you run out of resources, you are out of the game. At the end of each turn, you negotiate with this kind of seems like diplomacy. Other players publicly or privately decide what action you want to take. You can form any alliances you like for the greater good. Oh, this is exactly diplomacy. Alright, I'm in my element here. Then you secretly write down what actions you will actually carry out. You don't have to do anything that you promised that you would. But if you betray your allies, they won't trust you later. There are no dice. This is literally diplomacy. There are no dice, no random chances. It all comes down to the actions you choose and how much support you have in each location. So you have to think a step ahead of all the other players in order to win. You can either try to work with allies until you find a good time to betray them, or you can work alone and hope no one pays attention to you. You have to make allies in diplomacy. The game is best played by working with others. The dynamic you establish from here, the start, will have a major impact on how the strategies unfold. You want to position yourself as a leader? Someone others should follow? That will make it easier to manipulate players into taking actions that benefit you in the long run, but leaders always draw fire. You want to be seen as a loyal follower. That makes it easier for people to underestimate you and be surprised when you finally turn on them. But you may have to weaken yourself in order to keep their trust. Will Lilo. You choose the friendliest looking player near your sector and propose an alliance with him, letting him take the lead in planning out your next moves. Once he suggests maneuvers, of course it's up to you whether you follow his orders. At least on the first turn, yeah, we're working together. We don't betray immediately. You follow the plan. After a few turns, you have increased your power as well as the power of your allies. There are now several of you working together. Of course, at some point, you're going to have to break away from the pack. Is this the right time? You're not sure if your allies really trust you, and you have no idea whether they're planning to betray you yet or not. We have no military skill. So we gotta stick with the team. Dutifully, you follow the plan, entering into combat alongside your allies and sacrificing some of your troops for the greater good. All of you took some damage, but because you work together, your enemies are much worse off, though not yet defeated. Your team confers and comes up with a battle plan for the next turn, which, if it works, should see your rivals completely wiped out. It's hard to tell how much your allies trust you right now, or how much you can trust them. The further you get into the game, the more inevitable betrayal becomes. The tension is high. If you're going to turn traitor, you need to be very careful not to show any signs of it, or would it be better to wait and lull them into false confidence. I don't think I have any deception skill. Yeah, 0 deception skill, so we'll just stick with the team. I need to get a chance to betray them soon, though. You push forward, scatter your enemies before you. You lose a few ships, but your opposition is completely crushed. It is a mighty victory. Unfortunately, that victory is short-lived. On the next turn, you are attacked by a pair of your former allies and wiped off the board. Better luck next time? So I need to win? Okay, if we can get the Admiral on side, then we can win this game easily. Okay. I need to learn from the head Admiral of the Empire how to win at a board game better. Okay, neither of these are going to put me in a position where I am... Well, what do I want? Domination, maybe? Stealth? We still want to get the High Pontifex on our side at some point, so... Oh, and we're supposed to be at the Darkened Prime on turn 24. Let's work with the guard. Okay, down patrol. Lovely. Alright, so we need to get to... or Merca Prime, rather. So we could go here on 20, here on 21, here on... So we could... We have time to stop in Heru 1 first, which I think I will, because I want to blackmail someone on the way. And hopefully we can encounter the Admiral while we're there, get him on side, and then... Okay. Yeah. Regular batch of dispatches and updates includes report news, a number of colonists are reporting symptoms. Could be mass hysteria. Okay. Well, if we want more sports, we need to work on these other things. Okay. Hunting and wrestling. Let's investigate One Bite and see if we can blackmail him. You dig into the background of One Bite, Elector of Heru Prime. One Bite is married to another Heru by the name of Sand in the Sky. You saw them together at the reception. They met at a political event where they were on the opposite sides of an issue and continued as rivals for some time before achieving a truce and an engagement. The couple has not yet had children, but from the ongoing alterations to their estate and financial planning, that event is predicted to occur within the next FIVM. One Bite is considered both a conservative and a rebel within Heru politics, one driven by personal conviction of the way things ought to be rather than serving and supporting the ideals of the current population. Its style is deliberately old-fashioned, even anachronistic. One Bite is also known to be short-tempered. There have been complaints of bullying from the Elector's staff, and it once had an altercation with the Primaceur's guards, where it swore at them and called them churls for failing to get out of its way quickly enough. So far, those incidents have been handled quietly, and the complainers paid off, but they could become a scandal if they were more widely known. Okay. Alright, let's blackmail him. You arrange for private dialogue with One Bite. Clear skies to you, Your Imperial Highness. I'm afraid they're not so clear. Ah, dang, I should have dressed... In fact, there might be storms ahead. Are you attempting to make a point? If you want to pledge me your support in the election, otherwise I'll tell everyone how you bully and abuse your staff. Poppycock, I have not abused anyone. Your office workers have made complaints. Performing staff who were unable to meet expectations were therefore released from duty. Yes, they have made complaints. They wish to be allowed to continue slacking off for full pay. I demand better. Standards must be enforced. Report that if you wish. It closes the connection. Yeah, it doesn't seem to like me. We'll let it go. Okay. Exercise. It feels like such a waste to go to deep space, but I think we have to. If we go here, we would actually encounter the fleet along the way. So we'll go this way around. In an urgent situation. In the Grib colony. Get me out of here. We don't have the military skills to send the fleet to investigate. How's our bureaucracy and economics? Bad. We'll wait. I don't order to rush into anything until we have a clear picture of the situation. No action for the moment, but keep me informed. Very well. Ah, we're in the same sector as the fleet. Perfect. Let's get our uniform on. There we go. We should have enough spaceship for this. Give me endurance. It'll make me harder to kill. It's a better sportswoman. Message from Xena. Alright, you or you cow, or whatever you are. Let us speak. In order to win Star Admiral Yakau's approval, you will need to face his chosen pilot in space combat. Real space combat, not simulated. You'll be flying an actual strike fighter in the cold depths of space. If you're shot down, Imperial privilege won't give you the power to reverse the flow of time and walk away. Do you want to do this? Yes, let's go. Steeling yourself, you call the Star Admiral to make arrangements. After some preparations, you suit up and are escorted to a strike fighter, a quick and agile spaceship intended for a solo pilot to make daring runs against complex combat defenses. Like, say, another strike fighter. The cockpit is cramped and studded with metallic switches, very different from the comfortable flyers you're used to. The Star Admiral advises you to take some time for practice maneuvers before the combat begins. Once underway, you will each be targeting a large, brightly marked lump on the hull of the other fighter. Smash that open and the colored gases will erupt, signaling a kill and victory. That's all. Maybe I should consider uninstalling and reinstalling OBS. Maybe that would help. I think we're back though. Somehow. This is getting old. This didn't used to happen. It's so frustrating. Okay. So anyways, that's all well and good, but how likely is it that anyone can destroy a small target on a fighter without damaging it? Blow off the wings, crack the cockpit, set off a chain reaction to the engines. Either or both of you could easily end up dead. Maybe the other ship is on autopilot or remotely controlled. Maybe you're the one whose life is at risk. And if you die, they'll say that just proves you weren't fit to be Empress. So, don't die. You familiarize yourself with the controls, trying to prepare yourself as much as possible, but when you first hear the warning sirens of an approaching enemy fighter, your heart bangs hard against your ribs. You're in combat. Quickly, you set the ship into motion. Staying still or even on a predictable course makes you an easy target. You've got to keep changing directions. Space combat isn't as simple as moves and counter moves. You're both moving all the time and trying to keep track of each other's relative positions and orientation as you roll, spin, and scissor. You've activated the auto-targeting system to track the other pilot when they're in range, but you still have to make some decisions on weapons and timing. What is your general strategy? Piloting plus big guns press operations. So we have an effective 80 of piloting, and 40 of operations, and 40 of big guns. So we have an average of, what, 160 divided by 3, so like 50 some. Whereas just piloting, we have an 80. Now just piloting might be a higher threshold. You definitely don't do piloting plus big guns plus hunting, because we're not good at hunting at all. Like, it seems to me this is what you pick if you're just kind of average at all of these. This is what you pick if you are extremely good at piloting. I am pretty good at piloting. I'm not sure if I'm extremely good at piloting. What skill level did we have at piloting last when we tried this and it actually worked? I don't know. I say we go for an all-out attack and spam the missiles. You've got to push this fast and hard and hope that you win before your inexperience betrays you. If you make aggressive turns and fire everything you've got, you might overwhelm them. Okay. You push the ship to its limit, turning tightly to bring yourself around to face your enemy. Target engaged. Coordinates locked. Fire, fire, fire. Your missiles launch with a wave of rainbow sparkles, which feels odd for military weapons, and rain down on the enemy fighter, who is unable to dodge them all. A lucky strike bursts the target pod on his hull, spraying out colored smoke. Victory is yours. Congratulations, Princess! You did your part to bring your fighter back to the base, and I'll come aboard as one of your advisors. I'll stand by your side until you send me out to do your bidding.
Thank you.
Alright, we got military skill, finally. With that, we could probably actually go back and win that board game. I'm going to see if anyone's trying to kill me, though. Alright. Avoid being alone. Okay. The guards will... I won't be alone if I'm with the guards. I want more domination, I think. So we'll march with the guards. Alright, to Mirko 1. Well, actually, technically, it's turn 22. We could head by we could swing by Mirko 2 first. And then head to Mirko 1. I think we would make it in time. Yeah, let's do that. A little more efficient. Okay. Strange disease is spreading among the colonists. The Griblets. Alien mind control. They want to mobilize the fleet. You also have a message from Crystal Nova communicating they're disappointed that you did not rendezvous with them to discuss the captive spy. I had more important things to worry about. It's too bad for the captive, but he's only one person. You have a whole empire to protect. Okay, I need hunting and wrestling if I want to improve in sports. We've seen this so many times already. Hello. Muriel. Well, we don't have the skills for any of this. No. Muriel looks at you oddly. What did I even say no to? Have you ever visited Sigil before? No. Well, perhaps you'll have the chance to see some of the highlights while you're in the region. I look forward to speaking with you in more detail. Okay. We want more domination, if we can. We can't. A little more combat. I wouldn't mind. Oh no, we can't be alone. We can't be alone. Exercise routine. We have to get back to Merca 1. We can swing by Merca 2 in a bit. See what Merle. There's an update on the colony. No aid has been able to reach the colony. Concern is growing. Could make things move very faster. If only the fleet had been stationed closer to Heru Prime. I've notified the Basilica of Shadows that you will be present for the Angolica Rites, which will take place after this turn's classes. You won't be the focus of attention, but many eyes will be on you nonetheless. You should be prepared to stand for a long time without flinching. Okay. Closet. Give me my Golden Empress outfit. Seems fitting. I guess give me pressure points, or maybe strength? Yeah, give me some strength. Strength, endurance, reflexes. Along with the many dignitaries and devout, you have found your way to the Basilica of Shadows on this sacred night for the rites of Engonagalia. Whatever. Here in imperative auspice will be sought from the gods to provide blessings for the Empire. While many ritual sacrifices take place throughout the calendar cycle, most are handled by Lesser Sakura. Only on the Pine festivals does the High Pontifex get her own hands bloody. This scene involves descriptions of animal sacrifice. We'd like to skip the details. We're fine. Sakura walked down the aisle, some carrying thuribles of incense, others carrying black iron cages, which contain a number of captive birds. The flock is reared together on the grounds of the temple, fed and cared for since hatching for this purpose. Until now, they have all received the same treatment. Before the ceremony, each one is distinguished by a leg band marked with sigils that represent different deities and aspects. These bands last only a few days before falling into dust. Any bird which escapes death tonight will become anonymous again, freed from divine purpose. The High Pontifex, meanwhile, waits beside the altar. On a perch, still hooded, waits her trained stellar hawk. Heavily scented smoke swirls from the censers. Your eyes begin to itch, and you blink rapidly. The caged birds are even more agitated, rattling their feathers and screeching in distress. At a gesture from the High Pontifex, the cages are flung open, and the birds take wing, whirling over the heads of the congregation and up to the oculus where the light of Andrao beckons them to freedom. The stellar hawk's hood is removed. Its eyes glitter with malicious delight before it launches itself in pursuit of its prey. While the hawk hunts, the Sakura move along the crowd, striking the hands and arms of the faithful with beaded strings. Pain is integral to the Anganalia. 3! In time, the hawk returns, plump captive trembling in its claws. The hunter has been trained to bring back its ritual prey, still alive. Death is for the High Pontifex to grant. She takes the sacrifice into her hands, squeezing its neck to keep it helpless, while she reads out the name inscribed upon its leg band. Gama Jun. With a black knife, she slices its throat, cutting through the arteries, so that the blood begins to flow into a copper chalice. The doomed bird struggles, spattering droplets to stain the altar cloth below. The Sakura raise their voices in discordant chorus, their screams mimicking the sounds of pain and terror as the bird's life drains away. The target captured was dedicated to Gamajun, the goddess of prophecy. So what does that actually mean as an omen? An omen about omens? When the chalice is filled, the Sakura march past to dip their fingers into the blood, and then stroke those fingers across the foreheads of the faithful. The ceremony goes on for what seems like hours. You're meant to keep standing, giving your devout attention to every word that the High Pontifex speaks. You've suffered through more boring parties. You can keep your face still and calm. At the end, the High Pontifex recites her interpretation of the omen, which is so couched in symbolic language that it's impossible to make sense of. She concludes with the usual blessing for the glory of the Empire, and at last you are free to go. You, unlike the sacrificial birds, can escape with no predator pursuing you into the night. You made a public showing, and that will matter to some people. Okay. Are we ready? I don't think so. I'd like at least one more turn to train my sports. Can I do Zolot's mission? I don't think so. I might be able to blackmail him. I mean, he's already against me anyway, so what's the harm? If I'm going to blackmail, what outfit do I want to have on? Probably Empress, right? That makes the most sense. You attempt to arrange for private dialogue, but he won't return your calls. Well then. Anyone tried to kill me? Reports. Don't be alone. Okay. We will train with the guards. I will stay in Merca 1 for a bit. I have unfortunate news. We have received a message from the colonists officially rejecting the authority of the Celestial Empire and pledging their loyalty to the Gribblem Expanse. The Gribblem themselves have sent a follow-up message affirming their complete sovereignty over the colony, site, and all the people therein, by their own choice. Warships have taken up position in the sector to defend their new citizens. Any encroachment by the fleet ships will be treated as an act of war, which you currently lack the authority to command. So we've lost the colonists. Correct. This was all my fault. A real leader, this wouldn't have happened. Well, being negative doesn't help with sports. Doesn't really help with much, so okay, well, sports it is. Okay, I think we need to make our attempts. We're wasting time here otherwise. I have very good... I'll be at 75 of sports, which I think gets me to graduate level. I've got 45 reflexes, 45 endurance, 30 strength. Like, if we're smart about this, we should be able to do it, I hope. Let's get in the proper outfit, though. Dark Champion. Alright. We'll request an audience. And we have done this a lot. Spirituality failed. We will remain standing. I'm bold. You meet her gaze unflinching. If you're going to be Empress, you need the will to stand tall in the face of anyone who might oppose you. Strength be with you. And also with you. I do support. We join the Celestial Ministry as a spiritual advisor. Reach for a crown. Ultimate flight. I'm a foreigner. I have no faith. I'm working on a Novan. Oh, menace success. Perhaps, but you are untested. Lex takes a step back regarding you impassively. Princess Zorana, as Empress, would often fall to you enforce the law should other channels prove insufficient. As you should already know, pledging oneself to the priesthood is a bond for life. Like marriage, it cannot be undone. What would you do if you're presented with a priest who had tried to flee his duty? I don't know about anything. He'll be killed. Whether this ever actually happens doesn't matter. It's doctrine. A priest should know better than to defy the gods. If one tries to make their vow that their life is forfeit, they should be put to death. So you value honor. He falls into silent contemplation. You're young, you might... How do I do that? The ritual. Okay. Starfall's a rough sport at the best of times. The temple matches are even better. Or even worse. Okay. Test your fate and return. Okay. Here we go. To the Starfall matches. Starfall matches are held regularly. You have her all holiness dispensation, but you'll still need to call ahead. And make several arrangements. You will only be able to attempt this once. It's dangerous. Are you sure? Let's go. Bring it on. Ooh, I have science. The Heavenly Palace Labs can give you a shot of something to boost your speed for the match. Some people might consider that cheating, but you haven't been officially given any rules on the subject. For all you know, the temple players are regularly high on smoke. Still, there might be side effects. We'll take it. You let the scientist inject you and feel a rush of awareness. Reflexes boosted. Once the arrangements are made, you transport it down to the surface. Can I see how much they're boosted by? They're an effective 75 now. Okay. Tonight's match represents a symbolic conflict between two deities as they clash over dominance in the Merkin Pantheon. This match, Prince Mirzarin, God of Poison, versus the God of Song, Construction, the Hunt. I guess we'll go for Sior. The rest of your team does not bother to strike up conversation. Their faces are expressionless behind the patterns of paint representing their loyalties. There's no discussion of strategy, no attempt to build excitement. It's like they're in a trance. You've had no time to train with these people. You don't know how they play. Are they just going to ignore you on the field? It looks like team or no team. You may be on your own. Okay. We're going to win. Alright. Where can you make the most impact? Rusher charges toward midfield. You can make him drop it. It's an extremely energetic position that calls for strong, fast athletes. We don't have strength. Good rushes are important. A disruptor tries to intercept. This requires a lot of jumping, long arms, and luck. Could be good. A receiver. I think we go Disruptor. I know we tried that last time and it was horrible, but we have superhuman reflexes. You take up a position in the middle of the field where you can easily see any deep passes and make an attempt to intercept them. Okay, strength and reflexes. Mustering all your strength and speed, you tear across the grass in pursuit of a flying star and leap into the air. Kind of success? You slap your hand against the shaft of the spear as it goes past, causing it to wobble and spit out, falling to the ground far short of its intended target. Okay, so it's like we batted past down, but we didn't get an interception. Okay, that's still fine. Fired up with the excitement of success, you run to snatch up the star and hurl it back in the opposite direction, giving the advantage back to your team. The play continues fast and furious, but in the end, your side is victorious! Yeah! You leap up and down with glee, not even caring whether the rest of your team is celebrating with you. You'll need to arrange another meeting with the High Pontifex in order to find out what she thinks of your performance. Alright, well done. Hello. You submit a request for an audience with the High Pontifex. Hopefully she didn't figure out I was, like, doping. At last, you're granted permission to travel to the surface of Kedrau and enter the Basilica of Shadows. You're guided to a small chamber where you wait for your private audience. The wait feels longer this time. You can hear a faint rhythmic tapping sound somewhere in the walls. It's very quiet, but with nothing else to concentrate on, it's relentless. At last, her all holiness is ushered inside by a silent priest. Strength be with you. And also with you. I've considered your petition and your actions. The gods have smiled upon you, Princess Zorana. I will grant you my guidance and join your celestial ministry. Please call on me whenever you are in need of advice relating to spiritual matters. Thank you. Considering her role as the head of the Merkin religion, the High Pontifex cannot take up permanent residence within the Heavenly Palace, but her influence will be felt far and wide. Alright. We're up to 11. 11 votes. 15 not pledged yet. We still could get a look at of commerce as well. I'm excited. We don't want to be alone. Let's pick old Chad, I guess. And that's not gonna be alone. Okay, who exactly does our rival have on his side? I don't think we can even tell from this screen. Merca 2 into Mao makes some degree of sense. I'd love to go back to Harry Ford with that game, but how long would it take us? It would take 2 turns to get there for 1 vote. We can go Tharkus 1, Merca 2, Mao. We could also go Merca 2, Mao, Tharkus 2, Tharkus 1, and then it's 2 to Harry 4 from there. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Alright, Mira, hopefully your vote is not too hard to get. Some more pleasant business. On turn 27, the Heavenly Palace will be hosting a performance of Heart of Ice by Ascoldian State Opera Company. Opera? Emperor Jugosad was quite the aficionado. Okay. Because of this work, was one of his favorites. Okay, it's like a memorial. I could give a speech, but I have no rhetorical skills. Another chance to make a good impression. You don't have much time to prepare. Well done. A little bit of rhetoric then. Or forget about like the content of our speech. We'll just be really alluring. Or really menacing. Let's be really alluring. Well, it's 27. This would probably help us not make an absolute fool of ourselves. A bit of rhetoric. And we could always change outfits into the Imperial outfits for a little boost in the emotions. You've just had the strangest dream. You're holding a large glassy sphere, or something like the orb that Uzga sent you to, except that there was nothing inside it except darkness. You looked into the sphere and then you fell inside of it somehow, becoming lost in endless black. You cried out for help, and you felt something in your hands. Not a sphere anymore, but a crystal, smooth and faceted and hauntingly familiar, like a precious possession lost since childhood. Slowly, light began to grow within the crystal. You could see your hands, but they were ghostly pale, almost translucent. And then you knew what you had to do. You held up the crystal, and radiance streamed from your fingers, banishing the dark. Free at last, you flew up into the sky, and you woke up. Why does that feel important somehow? Anyways, there's a message on the computer. Zorana, how funny. I was just thinking about you. You explained about your dream, but the odd feeling of importance sad. A vision? Oh, you're so lucky. I'm not sure it was a vision, really. Maybe it was a memory? Do you remember me owning some sort of important crystal? I wish. I love crystals. Maybe your dream was about being Crystal Novan. Maybe it's a sign that you should investigate your heritage more. Xena always wants to learn more about other galactic cultures, especially Crystal Nova. Or maybe it is more a spiritual kind of dream. You will find your hidden strength if you venture alone into the dark night of the soul. How would I do that? I don't know. It's your soul journey. You'd have to do it yourself. Trapped alone in terror and suffering until your wings unfurl and you gain the power to destroy the world. Right. She has very strange ideas sometimes. Well, thank you for your help. Come anytime. I'm always happy to talk about your dreams. It probably was just a dream. Okay, Muriel, what do I need to do for your votes? Before I do this. Golden Empress. Hello, Muriel. I could just give her the captain position. Though we know she's not good at economics. Might not matter, though. Let's negotiate first. Let's get an idea of what skills she's demanding. You arrange for a private conversation with Muriel. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become members. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Well, as you know, Your Imperial Highness, we rarely see important guests from the rest of the Empire. Not here. Your royal progress, preparing for election, is the excitement of a lifetime for us. My youngest won't remember any of this, but for my oldest boy, this is a chance to create a magical memory. I don't understand. In exchange for my support in the election, I wish you to spend some quality time with my son. Impress him. You wanted to go on a date with your son? She laughs and quickly covers her mouth. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Of course you would not know. Even our eldest is still only a child. You want me to babysit? Mirko is a child, but he will someday be a member of the Imperial Committee. You might find it to benefit to command his fond personal affection as well as his loyalty. It's a very simple request. In exchange for my vote, consider my gift to you. It does sound simple, at least on the surface. Entertaining a little boy is not a quest of great danger and difficulty. On the other hand, children are fickle. If reliant on his approval, who knows what it might take to win him over. Still, that is the quest his mother has set. It seems fair. Okay. I guess we'll go for it. I mean, it can't be that hard. Do you want to change your outfit first? I don't think we'll need combat. Domination involves sports. That actually could be relevant if we want to, like, play catch with the kid. Spaceship. Look, if we want to impress him with our, like, piloting knowledge, I think we already have enough to impress a little boy. I think a little extra empathy and allure was probably going to be more useful here. Alright, let's do it. You prepare to meet with Mirko, the eldest son of Imperial, Elector of Sizna. He is being specially brought to the palace for this visit. You aren't quite sure what to expect. Mirko looks to be about half your age and more than a head shorter than you. If you're standing up straight, unfortunately he's mostly staring at his feet. Perhaps he's shy? Hello, Mirko. What would you like to do today? He shrugs, twisting his foot back and forth to leave a pale mark on your plush violet carpet. What might catch his interest? Could you entertain him or maybe teach him something? Okay, I can't do magic tricks. I'm not an artist. Lockpicking maybe. Self-defense actually could have worked. Unarmed plus wrestling or target practice with ray guns. Let's look at our stats. Because I've got 30 in wrestling and 30 in unarmed, which is not much, but it might be enough. For a boy. But I do have 45 in intrusion? Again, that's not much, but it's probably our best bet here. Would you like to learn how to pick locks? He perks up. This must be a good choice. Let's break into the kitchens. He grins toothfully. The first step to a successful break-in is sneaking past your own guards. You give Mirko a quick lesson on how to open doors silently and dodge out of watchers' lines of sight. Despite some giggling during the explanation, he does an admirable job of following directions and you sneak away unseen. You're wearing a tracker for your own safety and the guards can easily find you if they need to, but unless a matter of urgency arises, they're not likely to check for a while. Together you proceed to the level of the palace kitchens. There are, of course, multiple large kitchens needed to supply the palace's official needs, and most of them are not kept locked, as that would interfere with the flow of workers. Certain storage areas, such as those containing rare ingredients, expensive vintages, and highly detailed desserts that must be sculpted in advance, are a different story. You steer Mirko through a service corridor toward a low-traffic back entrance. No one should notice you here. You hand Mirko your fanciest-looking tool, the one with 3 metal arms that spring out around the lock and finely balanced levers that can slide back and forth to touch the individual pin. Now to see, am I actually good enough at lockpicking to do this? Of course, he doesn't have the experience touch needed to finish the job, but he gets some clicks and feels metal shifting inside, so it's progress he can be proud of. You take over, wiggling the tiny teeth and dials until at last the lock unbinds and you can silently push the door open. You point out the highlights, the glistening sugar swirls, the bottles of iridescent liquor that make you see colors before you pass out, and the delicate chocolate sculptures of wind swans taking flight. You filch one of the... is that like a word for steal? You filch one of the fragile confections and hand it to your partner in crime. I think this is a British game? Maybe filch is like... because like obviously the normal word is like steal or take. But there's other words like, lift. I might lift something. Maybe filch is like the British equivalent of that. In which case, oh my goodness. Is the name of that character from Harry Potter supposed to be ironic? Right? Because he's Mr. Filch, right? He's like the school like security guard or housekeeper or whatever, but in practice, he's the one that always catches the kids in doing troubling things. Yeah, the more you know. Your secret treasure. You pull the door shut and reset the lock. Come on, let's go back to my room and you can play with my practice locks. When his mother finally arrives to retrieve him, he is smirking with pride at his newfound skills. What have you two been doing? It's a secret. You and Mirko exchange winks. Well, my son is happy, so your pledge is kept, and my pledge is yours. I will support you in the Imperial Election. Thank you. Alright. 12 votes! We're almost there. Neither shopping or dancing should see us alone. Little more emotion actually isn't bad. Yeah, I could go for that. Okay. Now we're going to Mao. Then Tharkus 2. And we might stop by Tharkus 1. I should probably... and we're actually really close. Because we have 12 already pledged. By election day, some of the undecideds are probably going to break our way. And we can still offer someone the position of economic advisor. And we can still get a marriage alliance. So that's 14 in the books if we get those two established as well. And we have control of the military. Like, things looking pretty good. Pretty good. And I think going to Merkel 1 first was very useful because that's where Lukemir would have had the strongest base of support, but we beat him to the punch. I have to go to Bao. Heart of Ice. It is an epic tragedy telling the tale of two lovers. A Merkin woman and a Miro man. They wish to marry, but a jealous Bao which comes between them. She sacrifices all her power to banish the woman into the spirit realm for as long as the man's heart remembers her. You don't really care about all of the plot details, but by the end, everyone has died of despair and been frozen for all eternity. Operas are like that. Do you wish to make a speech before the performance? I mean, I've got a little bit of rhetoric. I don't think I've got enough. I think this would be more likely to hurt me. Especially because this is a turn 27 event. It probably requires a lot of skill. And we have no etiquette either. Yeah. You'd rather not draw attention to yourself right now. You have too much on your mind to be giving speeches. The performance is lavish, the musician is skilled, but it does go on for quite a long time. You're careful to keep your back straight and maintain an expression of interest regardless of how you actually feel. After this, you'll have the Jubilee to prepare for on turn 28. Where am I supposed to be for that? Am I supposed to be on Merkel 1 for that? Ah, jeez. Where's that going to here? Regardless. I'm secretive. I guess I would like to you want sleight of hand? Pressure points, maybe. That's probably... It's a decent survival skill. Alright, the Mao. This will explain why the Mao have always been drawn to the Drog system. They find the presence of barren space rocks romantically appealing to them. It reminds them of home. The Mao system contains one large inhabited world. Its moon, which features heavily in Mao religious. There are no other planets. Okay, gotcha. Lectures of Mao Prime are pleased to visit the Heavenly Palace. Okay. I'll have a dark reception. What's this? Sheesh. Of course, what did I just agree to? I introduce you to my lovely wife. Of course. Right, good. He brings forward a golden-furred woman, whom he introduces as his wife. Purge to salute. Like the Elector, she is not much older than you. She purrs. She walks proud. You can make it up to me. Allure? I don't think I have that much allure. I got 35 right now. She's just jealous? Sure. She's probably just jealous. That's why she doesn't want to stay around me. Really? You think so? For some reason, he sounds pleased by that. He takes a deep breath. Said you mentioned once, you haven't been to Mao before, have you? No, I haven't. Well, that would be your guide for the evening, at least. I can tell you all the tales. Sure. You said that he probably has positive feelings. Great. Oh no. Both of these will leave me alone. I think I'd rather go this way. You sort through your belongings, carrying some away to storage and organize the others to be more convenient for you to use. It helps to clear your head. Oh, you balance a large pile of clothing in front of you as you maneuver through the halls. You can't entirely see where you're going, but you know the route, and you can trigger the doors with a foot or hip when necessary. Humming a tune that won't get out of your head, you walk into a closet and bend down to deposit your burden. Something shoves you from behind. Not something, someone. There's a hand on your back of your head, pushing your face into the fabric, and a knee pressing into your back, making it difficult to breathe. Someone's trying to smother you. There's some guards in the hall, but you didn't want them staring over your shoulder while you organize your things. You wanted privacy, and you left yourself vulnerable. But they must be nearby. You try to scream, but the pile of clothing and lack of air muffle the sound. If you don't do something, you'll suffer a slow, humiliating death in one of your own closets. Blade basics. You are carrying a knife, but can you wield it from this position? I don't have contortion. I don't have dramatic. I have some strength and some wrestling. Blade plus contortion. I have 30 blade. I have 0 contortion. I have 30 strength and 30 wrestling. That's probably the best we're gonna get. My body control in general is worse than my wrestling, I think, so... Fight to get free? You're in a bad position, but this isn't over yet. You've just got to escape this pin. Well then. You twist and squirm trying to roll free, but your struggles only seem to annoy your unseen assailant. You can't even manage to get your hair out of your eyes to see who's on top of you. Finally lose patience and decide to speed things up by hooking an arm around your neck and squeezing. The world goes black. No, we're not leaving it like that. We're not leaving it like that. You know, just randomly, I think I'm going to go for contortion. Just seems like a fun skill to have, you know? Being able to contort yourself. Yes. Dark Reception. Do you want to try Allure? And it's not going to work, so. Okay. Also, just randomly, I'm gonna wear my body armor. It's still not a lot of skills, I'll be honest. If I'm brooding somewhere quietly, it might be a different type of attack. Let's organize the closets, though. Okay. Blade plus contortion. You snake your hand down along your trapped body, drawing your knife, while not revealing to your attacker that you're doing anything other than squirming for freedom. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to stab someone you can't see while you're pinned face down in Blast Prism's fashions. You wave your knife around, but it's slapped out of your hand before it can do much damage. And the pressure intensifies, of course it does. I can't even restart this time. Where were I? Turn 27. Right? Yeah. Okay, here we go again. I really just want to make it to the end of the game this time. I'll give you sleight of hand just in case we have a generalized stealth check sometime. Oh, that's a cute outfit. Okay, you can make it up to me, yeah. This is not gonna work. You lower your voice. Well, if you want to make personal apologies for your lack of respect. You wag your eyebrows suggestively. That's not what I meant. Perhaps that was a bit too forward. Okay. We'll stay. Still has positive feelings, though. I'm just gonna brood somewhere quietly. You know how it goes. Sometimes it's all too much. You find a dark corner far from any observers where you can be quiet and alone. The shadows wrap around you, comforting and concealing. Concealing a bit too much. It's the perfect place for an assassin to strike, and your experienced ears pick up the traces of someone attempting to move silently. You spring from your crouch and whirl around to face them. The figure before you is dressed all in black, with a mask pulled over his face. Even the nightblade he wields is blackened to prevent a flash from giving him away. This is no amateur. If you run, you're going to get a knife between your shoulder blades. I blade somewhat. You've got a knife of your own, but knife versus knife fights too often end with both parties bleeding to death. Bluff with menace. I don't have bad combat skills. I don't have good combat skills. My menace is better. You draw your knife. You missed your one free shot for the quick kill. Now, maybe you can take me down. But not quietly. Your mission is in jeopardy. Run now and you preserve your identity and your reputation. He meets your gaze for a moment. You don't flinch. Finally, he turns and vanishes back into the shadows from whence he came. You let out a breath. That was close. Probably not going to discover who sent him, though, yeah. Okay. We'll stay in Mao. While Jubilee festivities are being held all across the Celestial Empire, you are personally obligated to host a celebration here at the Heavenly Palace and entertain a selection of dignitaries. The opening ceremony will be broadcast on the feeds all across the Empire. It's very intrusive having the eyes of the world watching you. You can't help feeling a little resentful. As the representative of the Emperor's legacy, you are required to make a speech, but first you must acknowledge your guests by welcoming the delegations from the 4 primary Imperial races. And that means you have to choose what order to acknowledge them in, which is absolutely guaranteed to please some and enrage others. In particular, while whoever you choose first will be flattered, and whoever you choose last will be offended, the Mercans consider themselves the central pillars of the Empire and will take offense at any position other than first. Which group do you welcome first? Well, here's the thing. I think I already have most Mercan votes locked up. More or less. Can I see the map? Like, the Merkin worlds are basically decided. I think the only Merkin I know of that isn't decided is like some random guy on Heru 3. So I don't think there's really anything to be lost by offending the Merkins, actually, at this point. Like, I think we're offending like 1 or 2 electors that aren't already locked in one way or the other at this point. Whereas there's actually, like... There's probably the most to be won amongst the Heru and Mao. We're in the Mao right now. Maybe we go Mao, Heru, Tharkin, Merkin. Maybe that's too Galaxy Braid, but we go Mao. Then we will go Heru, Tharkins, and the Merkins. Once everyone is assembled, you receive your cue to speak a few words. Thank you all for coming here together to celebrate. I look forward to having a great jubilee with lots of songs, dancing, and cake. We all come from different backgrounds, but this is an event that brings us all together. Please, everyone, step forward and enjoy. The music swells and guests begin to circulate. Everything is going smoothly. At one point, a military drill squad in crisp dress uniforms demonstrates a sequence of synchronized rifle tossing and spinning demonstrations, demonstrating their precision and skill. Your practiced eye notices when a single member of the squad breaks synchronization slightly. If this routine were being judged, she would have just lost points. Her hand is in the wrong... Duck! But alas, you are not faster than an electric dart! What? Okay, what was the skill checks I missed there? I can't even go back. Can I look at the log? I can't look at the log. I don't even know what I can do about this one. Nothing from turn 28. At least we could look at the, maybe the Americans were offended? Dart guns fail. Sports practice. Duck. It was tumbling plus reflexes. Student. Or contortion plus reflexes. Okay. I think we gotta go back to at least turn 26 here. What do we need? Give me contortion skills? I know we don't have a bonus right now, but I don't care. And what are we even doing at this turn? Okay, this was the dream. We have not... Okay, mural. Right. Skill. Closet. Okay, we... No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Your son. We're working on lockpicking. Great. Okay, I'm going to just always, unless I'm doing something specific, I'm wearing body armor at all times now. Okay? Man, assassination is such a good political tool. Why don't I use it? How did I become negative in the first place? I need more conditioning. I'm going dancing. We're going to mouse space. Maybe. Because I'm excited. Maybe, is don't speak, did that make me negative? Is that why I was negative? In that case, maybe just... we'll make a bad speech. We're here today to honor my father because he really enjoyed the opera in general, and this one in particular. He commissioned this performance. I didn't even know about it, but this is for him. So his name that you enjoyed as well. You sit down feeling faintly flushed. Okay. Body control's at minus now. Lovely. Give me tumbling. Give me the conditioning outfit. We're just gonna walk around in a gymnastics leotard to avoid assassination. The Mao, hello. We're doing a bright reception. I don't care what you guys like. You are the princess here. Your needs take precedence. The electors had better get used to it. Okay. They're not too hard to spot, the electors. Look, she's jealous. It's fine. Stay with this guy. I'm excited, because I'm not going to die. This is not going to be an assassination attempt this turn. We'll go to the 0G chapter leads. We're staying in mouse space. Okay. Media. I'm not alluring at all. Do know my history. We're going the Mao. We're going the Harrow. We're going the Tharkids, so the Merkids at the end. Okay. Music swells. Okay. It's the wrong position. Duck. You flatten yourself to the ground as an electric dart flies over your head. The crowd breaks out into screams. The rest of the drill squad immediately piles on the rogue member, wrestling her into submission before she can have a chance for another shot. Everything is chaos, and the rest of the festivities must be immediately cancelled as dignitaries flee for their lives. But at least you survived. The security investigation reveals that the assassination attempt was ordered by Erliati, Elector of Mao Prime. As there is currently no sitting emperor, no new electors can be assigned, but Erliati will be declared ineligible to cast a vote and banished from the Heavenly Palace. Her disgrace will be broadcast throughout the Empire. Okay, I'm still alive. Ooh. So who was that? Mao Prime? Huh. Crazy. You know what? I'm gonna learn to work on my blade skills right now. Just in case, you know, just in case. Maybe unarmed too? Blade and unarmed? You wanna be really good at blades? Or okay at unarmed and blades? Make me really good at blades first. So you were, you don't have a vet anymore. You tried to kill me. I hate you. Okay. Yeah, honestly, Korundi, first things first. Who's any other security alerts I should be aware of? Good day to you, Imperial Princess Zorana. Multiple threats. I should avoid any potentially hazardous situations. Consider carefully whether anyone you know might be an enemy. Okay. Anyone I know? Any of you guys? Nah, surely not. Alright, let's visit Ryuastis. Do I want a different outfit before I visit Ryuastis? Possibly Golden Empress. You submit a request for permission to visit the Blind Eye and wait for a formal response. This takes some time. The Blind Eye, Malapram's moon, is cloaked in a thick swirling atmosphere which blocks vision. Most sensors and all communication. Messages must be specifically relayed to and from the surface, and only pilots trained and blessed by the spirits dare to make the landing. You will require an escort. You don't know what will happen after that. Questions about your beliefs and loyalties, perhaps almost certainly some kind of ritual, no chief wit, which would grant official support to an Imperial candidate without invoking the spirits for guidance, of course. At last, a pilot is sent to transport you down to the moon's surface. The endless mists swallow you up into a sea of sparkling gray. Whenever you stare out of the flyer's windows, your eyes begin to play tricks on you. False colors and shapes dancing and swooping all around you. But of course there's nothing else. There's nothing there, rather. Nothing, that is, except for a concentration of spirits in the Mao belief system. They congregate here, a place which is forever suspended between life and death, between home and the void of space. Even after landing and leaving the vehicle, your vision is obscured. It is not dark, but relentlessly hazy. You can see your own hands and feet at the surface that you stand on, but by a distance of only a few cubits, all details disappear. It leaves you feeling half blind and helpless. You can only follow as your guides instruct, hoping that they will keep you safe. You're led not to a temple, but to the site of an unlit bonfire. Here the chief witch stands in conference with their fellow shamans and their assistants. You can only tell them apart by the different robes and other trappings that they wear. All faces are veiled.
Greetings, Princess Zorana. You have come as a pilgrim and walked the path of a truth and seek the blessings of the ancestors. Have you had an offering?
You knew enough about the Bao practices to be ready for this.
I bring incense and prayers so that my thoughts may reach the beloved dead. So shall it be.
With a signal from the chief witch, torches are brought to light the bonfire. Unseen drums strike up a slow rhythm as the flames climb higher.
You are the acknowledged heir of your father, Emperor Dagosin, the recently departed. Call upon his spirit to speak to you and bring you his blessing in your endeavors.
The drumming intensifies and the chief witch begins to dance, swaying like like the flickers of firelight as they move around you. At a nod from one of the assistants, you cast your incense into the fire, setting up a cloud of scented smoke into the relentless mist. Will a vision of your father appear? Will the shaman speak with his voice? You have never taken part in this practice before. Anything could happen. You squeeze your eyes tightly shut, whispering words of welcome under your breath as the witches instructed.
Please, father, please come to me.
Splits pass. The drum beats slow, then stop. You open your eyes to find Muse staring at you. The shaman looks confused. Was something supposed to happen? You look around, but all you see is mist. Did you defile the ritual somehow and anger the spirits?
I'm sorry, I didn't see anything.
No, the spirit of Emperor Dagosin will not come for you.
You say he won't come, what do you mean?
The shamans look at each other.
We're not certain. You called upon the Emperor as your father to return from the realm of the dead. There's no response, not even a denial. Could his soul be trapped somehow?
The wormhole created by a warp gate collapses matter with such force that it inverts, temporarily ceasing to exist in this universe, before bouncing back to reconstitute it in a different location. In between those points, time and space do not exist. In a warp gone wrong, the subject might be rendered into quarks and scattered across the universe, or they might be entirely or eternally suspended between moments, unable to pass on.
This may be possible. We do not know.
They don't know, but they have an idea. Something else that they aren't saying.
What other possibilities are there? It may be that your request of the Emperor is invalid?
How could summoning the spirit of your father not be valid? Unless... The Emperor's not my father? Do you mean that Emperor Dragosin might not be my father? As the words leave your lips, the mists press heavily around you, thick with whispers. Some rumors once voiced can never be called back.
That is beyond our knowledge. I'm sorry, Your Imperial Highness, I cannot grant you any guidance at this time. Go back to your palace. Search within yourself, within truths. Follow the path. When the time comes for the election, the future will be revealed. If you're chosen as Empress, then we will speak again.
Okay, I guess it's the best I could hope for now. He's hostile. Great. Why do the Mao hate me? Except for this guy. This guy's cool. I think I tried offering him a cabinet position previously, and he denied it, so we'll negotiate. You arrange for a private conversation with Tulidist. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? As I in this position myself and have to represent the best interests of my constituents, to give you my support, I need to know that you're the kind of Empress they want. Which means someone who rises to the challenge. He puffs up his chest. You must come down here and face me in a test of strength.
What sort of test?
It's a surprise. Tulidist appears to be a healthy and active young man, though not overly muscle-bound. If he chooses the challenge, he can easily give himself the advantage. How can you prepare if you don't know what he's planning? You should talk to my wife to set up a time for the contest. This doesn't sound dangerous, but you may only have one chance to make a strong impression. Okay. 12 votes pledged. Still. I'd like to get my strength up. Neither of these help with that. We'll just relax with the pool. Okay. Do we stay put for this challenge or go down to Tharkus 2? I think we gotta stay put to at least try it. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. The Committee requests your opinion on a legal matter. What's the situation? A rogue geneticist has been discovered attempting to raise a crop of his own clones. Clone children must be created with a certain amount of external genes. It's not illegal to be a clone. Genetics have been arrested. They are going to get assigned new guardians. They're the same age. The eldest was cleared alone, and the rest in batches of 3. 7 young children. That's quite a lot to expect any family to take on all at once. The only way to keep them together might be an institution. Triplets are very rare, but not unheard of. It might be possible for a group of 3 to pass as natural children. More than that, though, and anyone who saw them would know exactly what they were. Okay, I'd say we'll split them by age group. 7's too many, but it'd be cruel to separate the brothers. We'll split them by age. The High Pontifex is to seek a guidance with the gods to determine the most auspicious date for the formal election process. There should be an announcement soon. Alright. We have a minus to conditioning. Great. I guess we'll go some contortion in case that helps. And also, let's get on our leotard. Alright, you'd better make this worth my while. Alright. Tulidist has invited you to travel down to Mao Prime and face him in a test of strength. You don't know what this test will involve and won't find out until you arrive. It didn't sound like it would be a fight to the death or anything, but you may only have one chance to do this correctly. Are you sure you're ready for this? Let's go. You call the Elector's wife, Purgisilla, and make arrangements to visit them on the surface. While I don't know exactly what sort of contest this is, Tulidist did mention strength specifically. The Heavenly Palace Labs can give you a shot of something to boost your strength for a few hours. Of course, some might consider that cheating, and there could be side effects. We'll take the strength booster. If it decides to eject you, it would feel a rush of strength. How much strength? Up to 70 in strength. That's not bad. You take a flyer down to the surface and arrives. Is that a picnic basket? Arrive safely at one of Tulis' estates, where you are greeted by the Elector and his wife. After some polite conversation and refreshing cups of mint tea, you finally progress to the subject of your visit. It's a chance to show you your mettle, strength, and cunning. Good Mal virtues. He holds up an arm and flexes his finger, claw tips popping slightly. A good old-fashioned arm wrestling match. Well, that's simple and straightforward enough. His wife brings out a special table that has clearly been designed for this purpose. There are padded spots for each competitor to rest their elbow, and grips for the free hand to keep them out of the way. Standard rules: you start with your shoulders square and both feet on the ground. You must each stay in your seat, and your shoulders may not cross the middle. Your chest and body must not touch your active hand. Clawing and scratching is a foul. Wrist or above on the table scores. You take your position and draw a deep breath, waiting for the elector's wife to count the signal. On the shout of go, you begin to strain. I do have some endurance. You breathe hard, trying not to let anything slip. You're very flexible, which is actually a disadvantage in this situation. You're too used to bending and twisting away from pressure and pain. It makes it harder for you to meet force with force. Your clasped hands tremble. And then Tulis slams your hand down onto the table. Was that Strength Grandmaster? Hold up. Grandmaster. Strength Arm Grandmaster fail. Ah. Is arm strength even divided to its own thing? Maybe there's like secret stats. Ha! His wife applauds and rubs his shoulders while you try to shake the pain out of your fingers. Let's not forget our lovely Imperial Princess. My vote is yours. What? But I lost. But I didn't win. I never said you had to win. I said you had to face me. No one wins all the time, but we still enjoy the game. Oh, well, thank you. Want to give it another go? All right. You spent the rest of your visit playing various games together. What a good guy. What a good guy. Okay, security report, please. Okay. Multiple threats. Hazards. Anyone you might know. Okay. Should I denounce someone? I guess I could denounce... Zollot, maybe? You issue a public proclamation that Zollot, Elector of Kedrau, has displeased you and is no longer welcome in your court. And immediately someone else pledged their support to Lucamere. Maybe that wasn't a great idea. Alright, I just need like 2 or 3 more votes. We can do this. Make a list of enemies. I guess we could do that. What closet? Leotard is not bad, actually. Although, arguably, body armor might be better. And this zone is better for survival skills, so let's try to head over there. We'll make a list of enemies. Alright, that's Mao taken care of. to Tharkus 2. Okay, Her Holiness Athexai, High Pontiff of Twin Worlds, has made her pronouncement. It'll be on turn 35. Okay. It'll be stationary 23. Okay. After turn 32, the navigation features will no longer be available, and the palace will remain in its current sector. Gotcha. When the Conclave has assembled, each candidate will make one final attempt to appeal to the voting. Okay. 17 electors? But there's only like 30. How are we going to get that? Any candidate receiving less than 7 votes will be removed. What if there's like a draw? Electors may abstain from voting if they are unconvinced. If no candidate has secured sufficient support, after 2 votes, there will be a recess. Okay. There's not much time left. So I need to get up to 17. I'm not sure I'll get up to 17 pledged votes, but the undecideds. Like, some of the undecideds will break my way. We need to get a marriage. We need to get someone as the commerce of economics. And Lukamir only has 5 pledged votes. So, he's not doing too hot, at least. Man, this is horrible skills. Let me get my blade skills a bit better. Or allure. We could get maybe both. We go blade and allure. Because if I have a chance for like one final appeal, allure is probably one of the skills that's going to be useful for that. Okay, we already know about the inner systems. Gathgon contains several large mercan embassies whose staff are only too happy to advise the palace on the local trends and other methods to make the guests feel flattered and indulged while maintaining your air of superiority. Like, I'm the most important person of attendance. What are we looking at? Have we met before? Who are you? It's been a long time. We'll just gloss over that. Yes, I'm pleased to be able to meet with you again today. I only wish it were under less stressful circumstances. In politics, circumstances are rarely pleasant. My condolences on your father's passing. He was a truly great man. It hurts to hear your father praised, considering what he's done to your life. Not a great father. I probably shouldn't have, said that. I was privately educated. Naturally. Look forward to speaking to you again. Negative feelings, great. Alright, this guy, hello. Menace practice. You summon up your haughtiness, sneer and glare at him until he lowers himself to a more respectful level. His shaggy green face. You honor the Tharkin system. Did you know him well? Uh-huh. Wait, who is this? Okay. This could be an assassination attempt. Read in the diary. But hopefully I'm ready. You open your room. Thought so. You're so focused on your own feelings that you're completely unaware of the intruder in your room until you feel the garrote around your neck. Acting purely on instinct, you pull your knife and stab backwards. You hear a grunt of pain and the pressure around your neck loosens. You don't even pause to yank the cord free until you've made absolutely certain the assassin is disabled. That was far too close. Alright, who was it? Kadar, Elector of Wigeb. Alright. I don't even know who that was. Anywhere? Obviously this a guy. Did Hera 2 have 3 previously? Maybe. We will stay put here, see if we can do it Darkest Tomb. Okay. A chime from your computer signals an incoming call from a good friend. Hello, Xena. Zorana, I heard about the date for the election being finalized. Are you excited? I've worked hard to get this far. We'll just have to see what happens. I'm sure it'll be great, probably. Do you think you'll be too busy to visit with your Empress? I'm probably a lot busier right now with studying and competing than I will be after the election. If I'm Empress, I can make time for whatever I want. Every elder suitor in the Empire is going to be parading past you hoping to make an alliance, you know. Not just the Empire, the whole galaxy. Let's be practical. I did wait. Then I better wait and watch the parade. I need to be sure I'm picking the very best option because I can't change my mind once I'm married. That's not a good poison anyway. Xena! What, you know what happens? I mean, I was just garroted yesterday, but still. That's the delicious danger of love. Someone so close to you who knows all your weaknesses at just the right place to stab you through the heart. You wonder if you should worry about her future relationships. Well, anyway, I hope I'll see you soon. Good luck. Give me pressure points. I want to survive. The body control outfit. What's this look like? Oh yeah, it's this one. Okay. Neither of you hate me. Pros engagement. That's gonna be a quick way to get it alliance. All right, let's see. What do you? I could offer cabinet position too. And I could be out of here today. If I just cabinet position marriage alliance. This is what, with his like son or something? I want to win this election. Okay. Congratulations, you get a cabinet position. Arrange for private dialogue with Lorcas and lay out your offer. In exchange for electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the... I should have negotiated first just to see what you wanted. Because I could have done it, maybe. Okay. I was wanting to be able to residence. Position. Commerce. Okay. 40. I guess we can negotiate with him. You arrange for private conversation. I need the support. Will you pledge your loyalty? No. You may be Emperor Dragos' daughter, but so far you do not show us promise. I have no reason to commit myself to your cause. Is there anything I can offer you that would make you change your mind? Perhaps. What do you want? A leader with enough understanding of politics not to need to ask that question. Uh-huh. Well, that's, not super helpful. I don't think I have enough understanding of politics, so we'll just propose an engagement. Alright. I would not marry you for all the wealth of the Empire. Well. Does the amount of electors needed to win go down if their amount of electors goes down? I'm just gonna go organize my closets. You know how it goes. Sort through your belongings. Bounce a large pile of clothing. Humming a tune. Walk into a closet. Oh no, someone's tried to kill me. A hand on my back, make it difficult. Someone's trying to smother you. Okay. What do we got? Base blade success. I'm carrying a knife. I have pretty good contortion. It's better than my strength and wrestling. So blade plus contortion. You snake your head, down your trapped body, drawing your knife while not revealing to your attacker that you're doing anything other than squirming for freedom. Quickly, you twist your arm up behind your back, driving the knife into what you expect will be the assassin's unguarded side. Stab, squish, twist. There's a grunt of pain, and the weight holding you down goes limp. Not even bothering to check if you've killed them, you run for safety. Alright, who was it this time? One bite of Haru Prime. Alright, well then, say goodbye to your voting privileges. So hold on. I think I can... 32 is the last turn I'll be able to move. I can stay here one more turn and try his mission. I probably don't have the skills for it, but it's worth a shot. Because I have a lot of time to court the Elector on Tharkus 1. I could also go to Tharkus, the other Tharkus world, if I wanted. I need to look into who. Because that might be an easier get. I don't know. You receive a message from Vasily, sending you his best wishes and encouragement for your upcoming election, as well as his hopes to see you soon. He probably will, whichever way fortune slices. If you win, of course, you'll invite your friends to the coronation. If you lose, well, you might need some friendly support. You might have wanted a little more than friendly support, but with everything that's going on, Vasily's mostly been out of your mind. Maybe it would have been different if he had stayed in the palace, or maybe you'll have time to reconnect later, but for now you have studying to do. Reflexes. Yeah, reflexes. Oh, so what am I wearing right now? Give me the leotard. Give me the body armor. Give me the leotard. Or maybe the body armor? I think give me the leotard. Okay. Negotiate. You arrange for a private conversation with let's go. Oh wait, I already did this. Did I not get a quest? I don't think I got a quest. Okay, well this was a blunder then. Guess I'll charm and flatter him. Allure a Grand Master? What am I doing here? Well, not much else to be done. Kurundi, any security threats? Alright. All possible threats. We're down to 1 threat. Unpopular commanders are often taken down by their own military. Keep your distance from anyone bearing arms. Right. So, don't march with the guard. Yeah. Okay. Let's not do that. This is your final navigation phase. It's a bit of a toss-up as to which of these two would be better. Let's go to Tharkus 3. Good morning. We've reached our stable destination and the broadcasts are positioned to all electors. Okay. I look forward to seeing them. Is that all? No, the Quiddo requests your opinion on a matter of commerce. A border station near Tharkin space, one that facilitates trade with both Ch'uk and the Novans, has requested a consultation on the subject of processing fees. They wish to be able to scale the fees for clearing goods based on how many warp gates the goods have traveled through before reaching the border. Each jump between origin point and destination adds increased risk of tampering, smuggling, and theft, therefore requiring extra scrutiny. More jumps means more opportunities, but not necessarily more risk. If local goods are known to get fewer checks, that would make them an appealing target for the black market. It would depend on the strength of Tharkin's security. Fees based on travel distance would be a competitive advantage to Tharkin-produced goods, at least through this border. There are already natural cost increases in fuel and haulage for goods that travel longer distances. Adding artificial barriers could change shipping patterns. I think there are a lot of undecided Tharkins, I think. And there's the one guy that we were just trying to court. There's, I think, the Elector in this world is Tharkin. But also, I think there's a lot of Tharkins just kind of out in different colonies that we didn't manage to sway completely, so... we'll allow the extra fees. If these shipments require more work to process, the fees should be higher. That's only fair. Okay. Only 2 turns. Give me contortion and endurance. Okay, the Tharkin civilization. The Svargas, right. Hello. Well-established community. Solar. Zorana, hello. So lovely to see you and lovely to be seen. Welcome to Svargas, your highness. Of course, I'm sorry about your father, but we're very happy to have you. I see so bored for the long travel to all these arrangements. I hope I don't mind. Brought along a range of dance partners. Okay. We'll accept the dance partners, sure. I'd love to dance. How about we introduce you to the boys? Do you like boys? Joanne will make you feel like a diamond. Oh, I brought some music crystals, if you could give me access to your sound system. In moments, the sedate atmosphere of your reception chambers is transformed into a pulsing, strobing soundscape. Your elderly, refined attendants look on in shock. You feel the rhythm in your body, dancing and twisting to the beat. Other dancers look impressed by your skills. You dance for hours with all of Sola's friends, as well as the Elector herself. Her husband, whom she eventually remembers to introduce, prefers watching to dancing. You sense that she has positive feelings. Nice. Made a good first impression. I'm bold. I'm gonna exercise. Okay. Not long now. Already electors and their wretched youths are beginning to arrive in the Heavenly Palace. The halls are filling with strangers. Soon your fate will be in their hands. What would your parents say if they could see you now? Okay. Give me some rhetoric skills. Like a little, at least some basic rhetoric and basic etiquette, so I don't make a total fool of myself if I need to talk to any of them at the actual election. You take a break from your preparations to nip down to the kitchens for a snack. Is this an assassination attempt? With the increased population of the Heavenly Palace, you are required to take extra precautions for your own safety. You don't yet have your own shadow, of course, but even this little jaunt out of your quarters can't happen without a guard to accompany you. Hopefully they won't judge you for your appetite. You're still a growing girl. When you're in the kitchen, the smiling servant offers you a platter of lavender wind twists. Light spirals of marshmallow meringue flavored with fruit and flowers. You take the tray with a little nod of appreciation and hurry back to your bedroom. You sprawl across your bed to indulge in the sticky, gooey treats. After a while, though, your stomach begins to feel unsettled. I've been poisoned. Great. You know your body, and you're sure you didn't eat nearly enough to make yourself sick, unless there was something wrong with the food. Were the wind twists undercooked? You decide to seek out a doctor just in case. Which is a good thing, as it turns out that you weren't sick, you were poisoned. Someone just tried to kill you. Fortune slices your way, the poison is nullifiable with swift treatment. You'll be alright. On the other blade, the smiling servant is found dead on the same poison, making it impossible to follow the trail of clues any further. It's unlikely that some servant you'd never seen before was so desperate to see you dead that he plotted this on his own. It's more likely that one of the electors was behind this, and whoever they are, they're still here, in the palace with you. Great. Sola, hi. Let's negotiate. What do you want? I know you already like me, but what can we do to lock this up? Arrange for private conversation with Sola. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Sure, I'll let you. Ah, nice. Thank you. And if you need help with the coronation festivals, it should be such an amazing party. To die for, literally. Right. Just who is she expecting to die? Well, it doesn't matter. You have other issues to attend to. Well, that was easy. Okay. So that's the only vote we can win at this point. And we're at 15. We just need 2 undecideds. That's all we need. Let's talk to Karundi. How bad is it? Multiple threats. Great. Do you want to be cautious? Cautious is bad. Could get me to interaction skills. Okay. In that case, let's look into Ixil's social network. Or Milan's? Yeah, let's go from public opinion. Hold up. Could I get better at public opinion? You meet with your legate of culture to discuss how your actions are being perceived by the wider empire. Your Imperial Highness. The public sees you as someone who cares about pleasure and happiness and wants to enjoy yourself. Yeah, I'm just a fun-loving girl. Which I believe is a good thing. Thank you. Every decision makes a difference. Oh, prepare for election. You have a message from the Celestial Ministry. Ixil and Milan have resigned their positions within your cabinet and thereby revoked their pledges to vote for you in the election? Have you never heard what a pledge is? They waited until the last possible moment in order to do you the most harm. How dare they? How dare! It's too late for you to change course now. You can't escape. You've come too far. You have to see it through. I wonder, are they in Lucamir's sphere of influence? That might be why. Either you'll be Empress despite this betrayal, or you don't really know what will happen. The appointed hour has arrived. The conclave of electors has assembled. It's time for you to make your final appeal. Representatives from across the Celestial Empire look on as you make your entrance. Your allies, your enemies, and perhaps even your would-be murderers are all gathered in this place to decide the course of the future. As the designated heir, you have the privilege of speaking first. All others must follow in your wake. You make your way to the central table, raise your head high, and speak the ritual words of candidacy. I, Zorana, daughter of Dragosin and Melania, Imperial Princess of the Celestial Empire, do hereby affirm my identity and my eligibility to assume the Imperial throne. I submit myself for judgment and will abide by the decisions of this conclave. Civez dami moc Cezanne. It's an old phrase dating back before Merkins even left the Twin Worlds. Roughly translated, it means that all people are bound together like planets. But it sounds more impressive in the ancient tongue. Ain't that the truth? I was reading a book a while back. This book is a really old book. I think it was a contemporary analysis of the French Revolution. From an Englishman, I believe. And constantly in the book, he would just bring up bring up a Latin phrase, and it's like, maybe those were like common parlance at the time, right? So like, for example, if I say, what's even an example one? Casus belli, right? That is a Latin phrase that means, I believe, cause for war. But it's, a common parlance thing that generally people understand. So I'm not sure if, like, back in the day, there were a lot more Latin phrases that were along those lines. And that's just why he used them. Or if he was just saying things in Latin to sound smarter. But, like, Because actually, the distinction there is very important. Because if it is the case that these are, like, well-known phrases, then, like, citing, like, oh, yeah, this is the phrase, as we all know, Deus Vult or whatever, you know? Then, yeah, that's an appeal to, like, common knowledge and parlance. Whereas if you're literally just kind of, I'm going to write this out, but I'm going to write it in Latin, and it's not, like, an already accepted phrase that people already know and stuff, then now you're just restating your thing in Latin, and your argument isn't better just because it's in Latin, man, alright? It might mean you're more educated, I guess, but it doesn't mean that your argument is actually sound. Anyways. It's too late for lengthy speeches. Yes, I'm terrible at rhetoric anyway. Most electors will have already made up their mind. This is only to tip the balance for those last few undecided voters. Why should they support you? My birthright, my youth, my charisma, or my strength. I think appealing to youth is actually a mistake here, because that's appealing to my inexperience, right? It'd be one thing if I was like, because what, I'm effectively like a teen, late teen, almost, because I think I'm explicitly haven't had my adulthood rights yet, so I'm basically like 17 or something, I guess. 15 to 17 equivalent in alien years. If I was like in my mid-20s, early 30s, then I think that actually makes sense of like, young, virile, strong leader. But when you're this young, appeal to youth is, oh, she's has no world experience at all. Let's not hand the empire into the hands of a child. Thank you very much. So youth, I think, is a mistake regardless. Charisma. I don't have much charisma. I've got menace. Allure, though, is really the charisma stat. That plus the just interaction in general. I don't have that. Birthright is just kind of an appeal to... I'm not sure how that works. So I think we go for strength here. I've survived multiple assassination attempts. I have the military on my side. I've proven myself in space combat. I've proven myself in a ritual sporting match. So... And I'm generally pretty strong. So we'll go for strength. The Celestial Empire has no use for a weak ruler. What strengths can you use to impress them? Military prowess. I have an inherited 75. Sports and fitness is not bad. Bloodthirst. That could be menace. Menace is at a 75. I will never hesitate to do what must be done. I have killed an assassin with my own hands to defend myself. I would do no less for the Empire. That's it. That's all you have time to say. The next candidate approaches. I, Lucamere, son of Voritz and Thefili, Elector of Kedra, do hereby affirm my identity and my eligibility to assume the Imperial throne. I submit myself to judgment and will abide by the decisions of this conclave. Cives Dami Mok Seizani. You all know me and my acts. We have served together for Fivms. You know what I will bring to the throne. I see no need to make any final appeal. Of course he has to remind them that he has experience. That's why we do not play the youth card. With the introduction of candidates completes, you must now wait for the votes to be cast and collected. I have the results. Since there are only 27 voting electors, I need at least 16 to win. I had 14 in the bag, I think. Maybe 15. And then 2 defected. Sector 1. Or Sector Merca 1. 3 for Zorana. 4 for Lucamere. Sector Merca 2. 1 for Zorana. Sector Mal. 1 for Zorana. 1 for Lucamere. Okay, so the priest won against me. So we're tied at 5, I believe. Sector Draug. 2 for Zorana. That puts us at 7. Sector Tharkus 1. 2 for Lucamere. 1 abstention. Okay. Sector Tharkus 2. 1 for Zorana. 1 abstention. Sector Tharkus 3. 1 for Zorana. Sector Heru 1. 1 for Lucamere. Sector Heru 2. 1 for Zorana, 1 abstention. I don't think we got this. Sector Heru 3.
1 for Zorana, 1 for Lukemir, 1 abstention. Sector Harry 4, 2 for Zorana, 1 for Lukemir. The total votes are 13 for Zorana, 10 for Lukemir. No candidate has yet reached the 16-vote threshold for victory. There will now be a discussion period for 1 hour in which the electors may advocate for their preferred leaders. Candidates, please leave the chamber. We have the religious leader on the side. That might help a lot, I hope. Though he has a religious leader too! Ah! You've already had your last chance to speak. It's out of your hands at this point. All I can do is pace and wait. After an agonizing wait, you are ushered back into the conclave chamber. Sector Berka 1, 3 for Zorana, 4 for Lukemir. Sector Berka 2, 1 for Zorana. Sector Ma, 1 for Zorana, 1 for Lukemir. Sector Drog, 2 for Zorana. Sector Tharkus 1, 2 for Lukemir, 1 abstention. What's with the abstentions? Come on, decide. Vote for something, please. 1 for Zorana, 1 abstention, and Tharkus 2. Sector Tharkus 3, 1 for Zorana. Sector Heru 1, 1 for Lukemir. Sector Heru 2, 1 for Zorana, 1 abstention. Sector Heru 3, 1 for Zorana, 1 for Lukemir, 1 abstention. Sector Heru 4, 2 for Zorana, 1 for Lukemir. 13 to 10, it's the exact same count. We now recess for the day, but we'll resume tomorrow morning. Still no winner, and this could go on for days. Everyone will be preparing to move to the reception hall for drinks and conversation, and more attempts to steer the consensus. You're not supposed to give any formal speeches at this point, but you are expected to make an appearance and try to charm the crowd. That means you'd better go back to your room and freshen up a little in order to make the best impression. Am I about to be assassinated again? With the immediate stress of waiting through the votes now ended, exhaustion creeps over you. You haven't been sleeping well, and you are so very tired. Maybe just lie down for a moment. Just rest your eyes a bit. I'm gonna be killed in my sleep. Is there a noise? Did something just fall over in your room? You're so tired. Wait, did this happen before? Was that broken your room? And you roll to the side, waving a hand to trigger the lights, and they don't respond. Something's overriding your controls. You take a deep breath, preparing to call for the guards, but the air tastes wrong, and your head starts to spin. What a disappointing performance. That voice. It's familiar, but it can't be. It's not possible. He can't be here. He's... We'll have to start again from the beginning. Start? Start what? Did you do something wrong? You want to protest or ask a question or beg for forgiveness, but... It's too late now. You lost control. It's all over. Okay. I had to restart at turn 35. It's not going to do any good. Dang. Okay. So, that is obviously my father. So, I miscalculated. Obviously. In a couple respects. Apparently, the cabinet positions are kind of weak. I think those specifically did not work because I think those two people in particular were already in Lukemir's sphere of influence. So, yeah. Man, you had those two on. It would have been on 15. That would have been so close. Yeah, that's tough. How would you do this? Well, there's an argument to be made. The strategy of just, like, intentionally
There is the just piss people off and get them to try to assassinate you strategy. I will say, it seems borderline impossible to not have at least some attempts on your life. So you need certain skills to just not get assassinated. But I think the big thing I misjudged is I thought electors with a positive opinion of me might be more likely to break my way, even if they weren't locked in. So for that reason, I was willing to just kind of let certain electors just kind of be like, okay, well, we don't have your vote locked in, but you like me, and so we'll move on, because you'll break my way, probably. I don't think a single undecided elector actually broke my way in the final vote. I'm sure there are probably mechanics that would allow that to happen. Maybe I was just, like, too generally unpopular, such that I had no, like, aura, for lack of a better term. Right? I needed the direct relations of, like, you have agreed to vote for me, so do it. I guess I put myself in a fragile position that way. It seems to me that a lot of the quests, though, are easier than I expected initially. Which makes sense, actually. And a lot of them have a lot of different ways to go about them. Right, so there was, like, some wasted skills for sure. Like, I did not need the whip skills, for example. But, yeah. I think if I were to go again, I'd probably have a chance at another campaign. I also kind of feel like... I could have had a marriage. Probably should have secured a marriage at some point. Not that many options, though. I wasn't even that menacing, honestly. The blackmail mechanics, I need to... I was planning on using the blackmail a bit more, hence the let's try to get tyrant thing. I tried blackmailing one person. Yeah. I think if you want to make the blackmail work, you need a really good media guy. Really good media, and then a lot of menace. I don't know who would be the best media guy. And the guy we had was okay, but nothing spectacular. I don't know who would be better. Something to look into. But yeah. Because I think the blackmail deal seems to me it's probably a less variety of skills because I think it's mostly just the media and menace. But you're gonna make enemies, which there's potentially a build where it's blackmail, menace, and then just all of the assassination skills. Right, carry a blade, be good at unarmed combat, have good reflexes, strength, etc. Yeah. I mean, I thought having the high podfix on my side, too, would be better. I really thought we had something going this time. I really did. But that's where we're going to have to end it for today. I really do want to win this election, though. Oh, this is such a tough game. Until next time, I've been CMeeCraft. I'll catch you next stream and or video. Which, by the way, tomorrow's stream is, well, it's later than usual. It's at 11 p.m. But it will be the 100 line Last Defense Academy. Hope to see you then. Goodbye.